madman. I don't know why, but it does. So that's the way that we operate. So we are going to reclaim that fortress that we started before that adventurer just now, and hope that those adventurers are there and intact. They might also just be dead in the corner of the map. So hopefully, you know, they didn't starve to death or anything silly. So let's go reclaim that fort and hope, fingers crossed, those adventurers are there. But Mark, hello, it's good to see you. And I don't know if Navy's here. Navy's been in and out all morning. Knox. But I'm sure he's around. Navy's an incredibly generous supporter of this channel. So don't worry about stopping on your own time. Stream will be here when you have the opportunity to do that. And we just let the calendar move forward. You're still thankful for sub? I mean, frankly, ad-free viewing is huge. Like, just not having to see ads on the screen. Mwah! Man. Beautiful. It's wonderful. Actually, reclaim. And there it is. There's Hotbeards. So this is the third fortress in the world. There's also, of course, these ruins I could claim. But there's Umber Bulwark, the first fortress we did in the world. Hotbeards, the second one, which we spent the most time in. And now this one, Mothfall, just up the river. Welcome back, Wendigo. We are just claiming the new spot. Unretire! You have returned with you. How have your sturdy chargers fared? Actually, hold on. There's one other thing I need to do, which I totally should have done before, which I forgot. Ugh. Hold on. I'll do that in the background right now and then restart the game. But then I will read the dialogue. I forgot to set the population cap back down because I don't want it to be at 220, which is what it's at right now. I want it to be at like 80. That's good for a fortress construction sesh. File down here. I'm very professional, you know, definitely like plan. Yeah, it's at 220. Let's say 95, not 950, 5 and 80. And then we'll have to restart in a sec. You have returned. How have your sturdy charges fared in your absence? Have they gone on adventures or moved on to richer delving at a new frontier? Settlements? Or perhaps they are still here, unwilling to leave the magnificent fortress you prepare. I mean, hole in the ground. Deep underground. The promise of treasure. The promise of treasure and thrall of overcoming danger has lured you back to this place. Will you strike the earth again? I like 80. Feels like a number you got from the forums a long time ago. 80 is, like, in my opinion, the best number of dwarves to have while just building a fortress. All right, let's just pause. Well, the boar and the cat are here. There's our goblin miller, hurums. There's our chameleon herbalist. And I love this. They're actually just straight up on the wrong side of the river. They're over here. We found them. Cool. So we have 11 in our population right here. We have our chameleon. We have Padinsky, who is over here and sleeping. We're going to need to give our adventurers a bridge, I think, because they're currently stuck. So let's just save game, restart, and have the correct population cap. You think every sub you have here was gifted and it was always just before you could use your own Prime account? I mean, at that point, just go use the Prime on somebody else, right? Like, there's other people around. Waking up on the other side of a river? Well, I mean, they just arrived, right? Like, we were picking back up right after that adventuring party arrived. Like, you know how, we just walked this adventurer party to this location? That was them arriving there, and right as they arrived, like 2 days pass, and then we take over control of the fort again, right? So it's not like a large period of time has passed. I made the game full screen by mistake, which screwed up the cutscene. Whoops. Diving in. But yeah, no, that's like the Hangover Dwarf Fortress edition. All right, so now that the population is correct, how deep is this map? Curious about how deep it goes. Goes down to layer 56. All right, another very shallow map. Just looking for a spot where we could build a bridge. This is a spot where we could build a bridge. Because, you know, we are going to just straight up need a bridge that lets us go from side to side, right? So. And then we'll go through and we'll give everybody nicknames and get all of that done. Once we've got this bridge and we can get the chameleons people to the other side and all that jazz. Because we need to, you know, give them a bridge across. Once we've built a bridge across, then we can get to actually playing the fort. But also just thanks everybody for hanging out today, you know. For a long time, I've been kind of convinced that nobody really wants to watch Adventure Mode because Adventure Mode is notoriously difficult to stream. But I appreciate having you guys tune in and watch the stream as is. It means a lot. All right, some more trees get knocked over. There's giraffes on the other side. Actually, let's take a look at the animals we have around. Interesting. There's a human bard just hanging out. I guess that this human bard must have been here because of the, what's the word? The, quite enjoying it? I'm glad. Cheers, fabulous. This human showed up at some point while we were adventuring. What else do we have? A lot of carp, giraffes, peregrine falcons, and monitor lizards. Fortunately, carp aren't a threat in the slightest. They once were, but they aren't these days. Oh, we got another axe dwarf visiting. I think... It's interesting that we're getting all these visitors, because I don't have any public tavern or anything. No real reason why they should be visiting, but they are. I'm going to assign those two up there. My two animals that are grazers. So that little hole in the ground is going to be our temporary living space while we figure out where we're going to put the actual fortress in this map. I don't actually know where we're going to build yet. I haven't decided. We know that there's a light aquifer. I think that this whole plateau, and I don't know if you guys agree with this, chat, but let me know. This whole plateau area up here is screaming for a big tower on the edge of that deep chat chasm. Like, because the last one we did was kind of built into the walls, right? Like, Hotbeard's was very constructed into the side of the cliff face. I'm thinking this next fortress is built in this kind of like center area up here, like constructed up here. Maybe we channel out a large portion of this here and work around. Also, just because I was just reminded of this, I should do this so that nobody else does it. You want to read the last Discord word story? Give me a second. If you want to add to these, you can do that by going into my Discord and going to the Add a Word Stories room and adding one word at a time. Please don't just make it a string of swear words. Much appreciated. Sloshy snow. Muck makes me very yucky. Bouncy and squishy whales. Gojira berries taste better, or my money taken from you forthwith. How is my... There you go. All caught up. Sweet. So yeah, I think that's kind of what we're going to try and do. The last one was like in the wall. 2 towers with a bridge. Live in the bridge. I don't know where I guess like we could do like a tower here and a tower here and a bridge there. I don't think that there's like enough space here to really live in the bridge. But I could do 2 towers, like a tower on either side. That could be pretty cool. Like, or even like a tower here and a tower here and a bunch of suspension bridges running between the two, live in the 2 towers. We could do that. And then maybe like channel out the left side of this right here and build out of the stone down here. Although if I hit D, we can probably see where the aquifer is. See if I can spot it. I know there's a light aquifer in here somewhere. I'm not seeing it, though. Well, now you know what it means. It means I have to read everything that's in that Discord room. Or everything that I haven't read before in that Discord room. It's forced Discord interaction to try and keep me Discord partnered. Because we're not a huge channel, right? I'm not trying to, like, make things up. I'm quite a small channel. In comparison to, like, what Discord wants for Discord partners. So, those and like the counting room exist purely to keep activity on my Discord up so that I can maintain Discord partner. Because if I lose Discord partner, it'll be way harder to get it back than if we just maintain it. Because I got Discord partner back when their requirements were a lot lower. So I'm trying to hang on to that. So that's what it's for. I'm trying to keep benefits that I would otherwise lose. But yeah, I could see us doing like an above ground fortress here with a tower on the edge and then another tower just right here. I think that could be kind of awesome, actually. I think that might be the design that we go with, like 2 separate towers on either side of the river. And the point of this fortress is to be like the front of the military trying to take on this goblin fortress and this goblin fortress. This one only has 600 goblins. This one has 5,000. So, you know. Also, there is the armies still in Hotbeards. Actually, I'm curious. How many dwarves does Hotbeards have? Okay. Well, I think that it's safe to say that Hotbeards has recovered because the site population of Hotbeards, according to the overworld, is 600. So, shoutouts to Hotbeards. Hotbeards is very much a happy, well-working fortress. Even though they got kind of bloodied and battled, but bulwark. Even though they got kind of bloodied and battled by that, the way that fortress ended, I'm very happy with it. Let's make a wooden hatch cover and some more beds. And once we get this little bridge here done, and expand it out, I guess, by 1 tile on either side, so that because I don't know where traders are going to spawn, we can let's give you architecture and build us one of these. Trade depot, and you down here are going to make spiked wooden balls on repeat. Yes, you can. Although, I don't know exactly how it works, but, like, this dwarf had, like, 50 dwarfs in it when we... This fort had about 50 dwarves in it when we retired it, right? But the world, I guess, has just decided that many migrants showed up there. But the fortress itself should be mostly the same when we go back there. I mean, they might start digging in places, but in general, like, it should be almost identical if we go back. Mengor, hi, how are you? The only reason that the populations are lowish in fort mode is because computers literally can't handle them. Otherwise, like, this game does have the capacity to just make a 2,000 dwarf fortress, like, believe it or not. I mean, how much time has passed? I guess it was like 2 weeks to start an adventurer, 2 weeks to start the fortress, 2 weeks to do another adventure, and then like 3 days. So it's been like 6 weeks. I would assume that most of them are just migrants. Like, in my headcanon, they're all migrants and mercenaries. But hello, Mengor. Welcome to the channel. I just realized something silly, chat. When I took my lunch break, I left my coffee in the kitchen. It's okay. I have reacquired coffee. We can cease panicking now. But realistically, I'd say it's been about 2 months, I think, since the final events of Hotbeards, if I had to estimate. Because I didn't check the exact date. It sounds lovely. Was I accurate? Well, happy luck and fortune. Cheers. Back to you. Like, hi. What language is it supposed to be in, if I can ask? I don't know if I worded that question in a logical fashion, but the fact that I pulled it off is, yeah. When we had Tarn Adams on recently, there was somebody who had the name Hamish. And they asked us to pronounce their name as badly as possible. And I looked at that, I'm like, how do people screw up Hamish? Like, I have a cousin named Hamish. So to me, that's like hilarious that some people could fuck up a name like Hamish, because it's just such an easy name to pronounce. But apparently to some people, it's tricky. We'll be back soon? Hell yeah. Well, I mean, we're just going to be naming dwarves for a bit. And you already have a goblin, so... And I think I'm going to make Padinsky the expedition leader. I think we're just going to do that. All right, so expedition leader is going to be replaced by... Oh, I can't actually do that yet. The reason... And actually, I know why I can't do that. But I can't do that because I don't need a hammer. Do you need a manager? Because they're not technically members of the fortress yet. They are currently, like, permanent guests. But here they come. Here come the visitors. Oi, Brander, how you been? In a minute. Hope you've been all right. Those are goblin. So we're just starting up a new fortress. We founded it briefly, and then ran a bunch of... Uh-oh. We apparently have no drinks. Time to solve that problem. We've got to have something that we can... Rice leaves. Barley, sweet. Yeah, we're good. Make a still. Carol. Inul, you, have the brewing gig, I think. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for Brander, buddy, keeping that sub alive for his 17th month? Thank you much for doing that, dude. Cheers as always. And let's also make a chair, and I'm going to set that as do it now, because I need a chair. I can actually have a manager. And we have a floor hatch that I'm going to put over this, in case scary things show up. Now we should be all bridged up pretty much. So no matter where wagons spawn, we'll be able to have bridges. So That's a start. You don't know what language it's supposed to be in, but it's a fictional audio story before you're part of France. Oh, okay. I gotcha. Well, I mean, I guess that means I couldn't really pronounce it wrong if it's from a fictional story, but I mean, I guess I can. You had a kid at the end of February. Oh, boy. Yeah, no kidding. Accidental pun. Yeah, that's very legitimate reason to be busy, but it's good to see you. I hope the kid is healthy, and I hope everything's going well. I assume it must be. This is our little goblin herbalist. I wonder, can I even give you jobs? Yeah, no labor's available. So currently these are like, you know when you accept a bard into your fort to just stay there? They're part of the fortress. They're permanent residents, but I can't assign any jobs until I think when I get a mayor, I will then have the ability to accept them as permanent residents. So, this was a fortress I've had in this world before, which is now up to 750 dwarves from 600. And this was my previous fortress. This was Hotbeard's. We retired this fortress the last time I played this world, which was Saturday. Today, we flew around in here with an elven adventurer for a bit and then drowned in a waterfall right here. Then we started another adventurer party with a dwarf from the faction we were playing previously, which is the Crimson Pulley, and 2 chameleon people who wander around the area a lot, and a goblin. And then we walked them all the way up here after we made this fortress. So we made Mothfall, which is this fortress, and then we brought a group of 4 adventurers up here. So that's why we have 2 chameleon people, a goblin, and an extra dwarf, even though we only just started this Embark. So this is a brand new fortress. We're currently just building some bridges real quick around the edges, and we're going to need to get that constructed. So, yeah, that's what we're currently doing. And we need to make some booze because we're out of booze. Let's just wait for these. I also need a dwarf to go do herbalist stuff, but let's just wait for them to finish building this because I need this bridge done. Because apparently we're out of booze. They drank all of the booze. Also, hey, Cussy. How's things? Brand new fort. Brand new fort. Am I going to build a road between them? Probably, but that's not a huge priority. Right now, the problem is they drank all of the booze while I was gone, so I need to get brewing up and running. That's the current problem. Once we have booze again, then we can figure out what we're going to actually build. Well, I do have an idea of what we're going to build, but it's not going to be made out of wood, so we need stone first. One thing at a time, but we're working on it. We'll get there. You're drinking. Assuming you're running down to the creek to drink. Got several dwarves with... I guess I just need to wait for my dwarves to wake up. Yeah, I mean, this is like one of the things that you... So what I did was I made an Embark. I built this wall right here. I built the top of it, and then I dug a little hole and put some beds in it and put all the food underground. I retired it, made an adventurer party of 4 adventurers, walked them to the spot, walked them into the map zone, the same zone, and then retired them there, and then reclaimed the fortress. Yes, you can do that. I could also theoretically play as the adventurers, claim the section of land, which is a thing that you can do, build a fortress, build the start of a fortress, retire that, and then reclaim it as a proper fortress. You could also do that. Your spider fort concept? Spider fort does whatever a spider fort does? Sounds like a great fort. Currently, it's just all the dwarves sleeping in the basement. Alright, well, let's jump onto you. And give you... you farming plant gathering. So you're going to start gathering plants. Right. We have a chair now, so I can place this chair right here. This is going to be given to my manager. Once I have food rolling, then we can, like, name people. Assign to manager. Who's Burr? And let's go into nobles, go to bookkeeper, and go highest precision. And I'm gonna swap you over to Burr. And what's Burr up to? You're making spiked balls. Let's put that job on suspended. You just go count all the shit that we have. Let's see what we have. Okay, so we have 37 seeds, 47 plants. Let's do both of those. Cool. We have a peasant brewing drinks. Sweet. We have drinks. So, would you like a dwarf in this fort, chat? We have 7 that need to be named, and we're starting off with Solon the medical dwarf, who's going to have farming as a side gig. Thirst is most important. We've dealt with the thirst problem. Oh no! That's not good! Caveman? Shit, I'm so sorry. Been playing this for over a decade. I feel like a lot of people with Tharticus just, like, kind of never pay attention to adventure modes, so miss out on all of the cool side stuff that you can do. Woochie. First time chatter, first time named. Woochie, you are the chief medical dwarf, apparently, and you don't feel anything after watching a performance. And within the last season, you didn't feel anything after watching a performance, and you were embarrassed after sleeping without a proper room. Woochie. Or Woochie. 78. You just lurk here? Ah, it's all good. You are an ardent worshiper of Nokor, the birth of yearlings. I have no idea what that is, so let's find out. We'll be doing these one at a time, chat, so don't swearies. But looks like Cussy, Nox, and Mendel for next, and Letharticus as well. You just got one the other day. You take back your hand. There will be also migrant waves today. Like, I'm not too worried about getting everybody named here. The birth of yearlings, the deity of the Crimson Pulley, takes the form of a male dwarf and is associated with creation, birth, rebirth, and death. Fitting God. Interesting. You are 78 years old, born on the 5th of Opal in the year 93. You have a narrow, protruding heliotrope eyes with large irises, a high voice and sideburns that are clean-shaven, a medium-length mustache that is neatly combed, and a very long beard that is, of course, neatly combed, and hair that is clean-shaven. His teeth are crowded, and his broad, splayed-out ears are extremely tall, and his lips are thick, and he has a prominent chin, and his hair is black, and his skin is dark peach. You personally like Le Pewter, Chrysola, Coral, which is really sad that you like Coral, because Coral doesn't exist in the world. It's a mythical creature. My webcam is gone. Yes, that is very much planned. I have a button that can make me go here. I can go full screen. I can make it disappear. I could end the stream suddenly, or start the stream again, and then pop up again, and then vanish. I have magic powers that makes my face go various places. I can also show you my record player. Or shit cam. Hi. That's a $10,000 plushie, because Discord is stupid. I shit you know, you could buy those things for $10,000. They just gave me a free one, but... What? Anyway. It's technically that plushie is my most valuable possession. Anyway. Satisfied at work, and felt fondness when speaking with a friend, is Wuchi. Just recently. It's like a sonic screwdriver. Actually, I mean, I can show you what the buttons are. This is very off topic. It's literally like a $100, like, just bunch of buttons. That's all it is. I can also, like, remind everybody that I played Dwarf Fortress with a mouse. Don't forget. He personally does not respect the law and values our harmonious existence and is put off by family and dreams of creating a great work of art. You know, we've been listening to this mood music all day. How about we change up the pace briefly? Let's do some. You know, it's... Chat, can I be petty for a second? Actually, I'll say this. If you really, really like a video game, and there's a content creator making footage of it, and you think that they're playing the game poorly, and your default way to tell them to play the game better is to tell them to play a different genre of games if they want that game to be better. For me, it's Soul Ash, wanting Soul Ash to be better by giving us more interesting ways to evade enemies instead of just running to the right until the world ends. If you tell them to just play a different genre of games or stop playing the game, that's a really good way of, promoting and making people continue to play a game that you enjoy instead of giving it valid criticisms to improve the game over time. Anyway, somebody's being an asshole in my YouTube comments. That's besides the subject. We're going to listen to some music. Personally does not respect the law and values a harmonious existence and is put off by family and dreams of creating a great work of art. Cracks easily under pressure and is rarely happy or enthusiastic. Prefers everyone live as harmoniously as possible, and he could be considered rude. Can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand, and he takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. Does not often feel lustful and finds obligations confining, though he values the concept of loyalty and is troubled by this, by his natural tendencies. He does not always have a great aesthetic sensitivity and is conflicted by this, as he values artwork and its creation. And he talks very quietly when he's angry. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors, and grumbles mildly at shitty weather. You miss Chrono Trigger, so go play Chrono Trigger. It bothers me that, I don't think that any names exist or are valid, so I just ignore them all, generally. Fabulous. Humor, Zoomer, Doomer, Boomer, all that bullshit. We should stop doing that. We're all just people. Fuck off. We're all just people. Let's see what jobs you have. Give you farming. How are we doing? Let's just get some plump helmets going. All right. But yeah, just a word of advice, chat. If you like a particular game, and when somebody that you are watching is critiquing that game that you like, telling them to stop playing that game is the best way to not get promotion for the game that you like. So Burr, our manager. Let's give it to the next person in line. Go back up. Go with Letharticus. I think that your dwarf in Long Death is still alive, by the way. You're the manager, and is annoyed after drinking water without a well. Well, unfortunately, you won't have to drink water anymore because we got booze going now, so that's much better. You're satisfied at work, and you felt satisfied at work, and you were embarrassed after sleeping without a proper room, but felt satisfied upon improving carpentry, and felt satisfied at work and wonder, remembering communing with Deller, Diamond Crest, the Mountainous. He's 57 years old, born on the 13th of Timber in the year 114. He has a prominent chin, and his heliotrope eyes have very large irises. His very long sideburns are neatly combed. His very long mustache is neatly combed. His very long beard is braided. His hair is clean-shaven. His lips are very thick, and his teeth are crowded. His ears are nearly fused lobes, and his nose bridge is slightly convex. His hair is black, and his skin is dark beige. Personally, is utterly disgusted by guile and cunning, values self-control, and finds romance distasteful, finds leisure time wasteful. interesting dwarves. Like sylvanite, copper, sunstone. Sunstone's a weird one. Blacktip reef, shark tooth. Blacktip? What the fuck's a blacktip reef shark? Blacktip reef shark. Maybe I'm an idiot, but this just looks like... Is this like a smaller shark? I think they have these at the aquarium, actually. You know, I'm just gonna look at this for a second. This guy's seen some shit. I mean, look at that. Look at the look on his face. He's like, dude, if you've seen what I've seen, you've never had a sunstone. That's like me never seeing a diamond. Like this shark has had like, I don't know. What's this fort's name? This fort's called Mothfall. M-O-T-H, Mothfall, F-A-L-L. Because we were an elf adventurer, and we got caught in that river, and we went, wee, splat. So the moth made us fall. So because, you know, it's like, this is like the Dwarf Fortress equivalent of Head Smash and Buffalo Jump. Could be one of those sharks that eats its siblings in the womb. Sharks do that? What? Black-tipped reef sharks can't stop swimming. White-tipped can sit at the bottom. Really? Huh. I mean, I just learned. I'm just like looking at pictures of sharks right now. Yeah, true. I mean, you know, could you imagine being able to hear a person struggling from 800 feet away, just like at all times? Just like your neighbor up, like 3 floors up, just like trying to do the dishes and keeps like dropping a plate. And you're like, fucking Steve, stop it. God, that'd be annoying. Lacks confidence in his abilities and tends to avoid crowds. He tries to keep things orderly and often feels discouraged and can sometimes act without deliberation. He has a sense of duty and an active imagination. He has a different appearance or culture and tries to do things correctly each time. Needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. So that's Letharticus. You're our mayor, who's currently, I think, drinking water, which is unfortunate. We do have the 2 chameleon people, but they can't be named right now, I don't think. Actually, no, the chameleons can be. Ooh. I think we'll just leave them unnamed for right now, because they're just adventurers. So we'll just let them be their adventurer names. So, peasant. Let's give this peasant, who's Adil. Adil, you can be... Cussy, I'm giving it to you, just to keep things in order so I don't get confused. Adil, not to be confused with Advil, is Cussy. And Adil Cussy, she feels satisfied at work, but was embarrassed about after sleeping without a proper room. And I have hiccups that I wish would just stay away. You're a worshiper of Imaz the Defensive. Who that? Imaz the Defensive is a deity of the criminals in Pulley, most often takes the form of a female dwarf and is associated with laws. You worship the god of law. He must be a cop. Purse is 52 years old, born on the 24th of Malachite in the year 119. Her teeth are tangled, and her somewhat broad ears have nearly fused lobes. Her hair is clean-shaven, and her heliotrope eyes have large irises. She has a prominent chin, and her hair is black. Her skin is dark peach. She personally holds shrewd and crafty individuals to the lowest esteem, and dreams of mastering a skill. It's completely wrapped up in her appearance and abilities, and other personal matters. Is brave in the face of imminent danger, and tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand, and is rarely happy or enthusiastic. She is conflicted by this, as she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. She has a sense of duty and has little interest in joking around. She takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. Give you a training hammer and you'll be a cop? All right, noted. Currently, you're a plant gatherer, but we'll get there. Edom is going to Nox. Hey, Merc. We've had a day today. Welcome to the Fortress of Mothfall. She feels enjoyment while performing. Within the last season, felt fondness, remembering talking with a friend, and was annoyed after drinking water without a well. Well, I'm sorry. Sorry, dwarves. Sorry. Good day? It's a day. We're still here. Still streaming. I say pretty good. Not dead yet. World's not burning as much as it could be. That's pretty good. Anyway, her extremely tall, broad ears have nearly fused lobes, and her hair is clean shaven. She has a prominent chin, and her slightly close-set heliotrope eyes have large irises. Her hair is black, and her skin is dark peach. That kind of day already. I mean, it's been that kind of month, man. Those laws must be followed. They must be. She personally values loyalty and sees working hard as a foolish waste of time and doesn't care about art one way or another, but dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Is readily moved by art and natural beauty, often feels envious of others, and sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. Is generally acts with impartially and is rarely moved to mercy, and is curious about the world. Doesn't try to get things done perfectly, and she is a friendly individual, quick to anger, and has a sense of duty. And doesn't focus on material goods, needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at shitty weather. So that's Nox. Next, underneath Nox, goes to Asteth, so A-S-T-E-S-H. A-S-T-E-S-H. So this dwarf currently has like no jobs assigned. Although I'm going to give you carpentry. Maybe masonry as well, but for right now, just carpentry. Mendelf. Within the last season, she was annoyed after drinking water without a well. Well, how can you help make the day better? I mean, the day's fine. It's just, like, the world's just stressful right now, you know? I mean, you could tell that twit on YouTube to quit, like, gatekeeping me out of a genre that I've been playing for the last 18 years. That would be cool. I'll be honest, I'm a tad bit tilted by that shit. Could be more on fire? Yeah, it could be. Yeah, it certainly could be. The world could always be more on fire. Diamond Crest the Mountainous. That's the god of mountains and fortresses, right? Adeller Diamond Crest is the deity of the Crimson Pulley. Most often takes the form of a female dwarf and is associated with mountains. Interesting. In the year 169, Lytast Fregolacers, as the dancer desktop Smear Ruthless of the Hate of Praises, corrupted Obok Amateur, the Mint, in order to have an agent in Hotbeards. Lytast Fregoclears met with Obok Amateur and played for sympathy by appealing to the sacred worship of Deller, and the plan worked. Anyway, Mendel. Yeah, that's who we're on. Mendelf is 82 years old, born on the 6th of Felsign in the year 89. Her hair is clean-shaven, and she has a prominent chin. Her extremely tall ears are extraordinarily broad. That sounds like an elf, which is interesting, because you're definitely a dwarf. Her dark peach skin is slightly wrinkled, and her hair is black with a touch of gray. Her eyes are heliotrope. More like Mend Elf. What's up, cruel stuff? Personally sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way. Finds leisure time wasteful. Dreams of mastering a skill. Hotbeard's gonna have some fun. Did you by chance see how Hotbeard's ended? Because Hotbeard's had some fun. Are you telling me to shut the fuck up? What's wrong with you? My stream, I do what I want. She tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and sometimes can act without deliberation, and rarely feels discouraged, and doesn't seek out excitement, and tries to keep her things orderly, generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, is slow to anger, brave in the face of imminent danger, and is grateful when others help her out. She tries to return favors and has a sense of duty. She runs her fingers through her hair when she's trying to remember something and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. Care to spoil? Lots and lots of blood, loyalty cascade, but we cleaned it up. We had to build like 140 coffins, but we cleaned it up. Not even joking. We literally had to build like 140 coffins. Fortress survived, though. Apparently it has 750 people in it now, according to the overworld. Yeah, 750 people. I mean, Hotbeards is great and successful. Where was I? She doesn't seek out excitement and tries to keep her things orderly. She generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, is slow to anger, and is brave in the face of imminent danger. Is grateful when others help her out and tries to return favors. Has a sense of duty and runs her fingers through her hair when she's trying to remember something, and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors but only grumbles mildly at shitty weather. I don't know if your dwarf still lives. I will be completely honest with you. I kind of lost track of who was alive and who was dead by the end. Although I think every dwarf is called for already, so. Going up. Next on the list here is Mr. Hatch. This one's clearly a Mrs. Hatch. Hatchington? I can give you Hatchington. We can absolutely call you Hatchington. Although with a name like Hatchington, you need like 50 pet chickens. Hatch. She is 85 years old, born on the 24th of Malachite in the year 86. And you worship the birth of yearlings, which, once again, is me trying to remember the names of gods. Is the deity takes on the form of a male dwarf, is associated with creation, birth, rebirth, and death. Well, I mean, we already have, like, multiple poor sods in this fort, including 2 chameleon people that live here now, which is pretty good. The god of hatching. The god of hatchlings. She has low cheekbones and a prominent chin. Her hair is clean-shaven. All of the ladies have clean-shaven hair in this fort. Interesting. Her slightly close-set heliotrope eyes have large irises, and her broad ears are extremely tall. And her lips are thick, and her dark peach skin is wrinkled. Her hair is black with flecks of gray. She likes gypsum plaster, nickel silver, banded ogate, river otter leather, and warhammers, and gauntlets and backpacks and yaks for their shaggy hair. Personally sees introspection as important and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. She would never, under any circumstances, speak up or otherwise put forth her point of view in a discussion. Yeah, no, these are interesting dwarves. There's something off about them. There's also something off about my brain's ability to focus on one thing right now. But a pessimist a sentence after? Yeah, which is, it's like they're very like... How do you spell that? Carol. C-R-O-L. C-E-R-O-L. And the last named dwarf for right now is going to be... Aaron. Who's also annoyed after drinking water without a well. So now you can relax when to go, hell yeah. Personally, sees cunning values cunning and does not particularly value the truth. She is muscular and her extremely tall ears have great swinging lobes. They all have very tall ears and no hair. Slightly close-set heliotrope eyes have very large irises. Her head is extremely tall. She has a prominent chin and her hair is neatly combed. Okay, there's one with actual hair. And her hair is black and her skin is dark peach. Personally tends to make a small mess with her own possessions and is moved by art and natural beauty. Is troubled by this since she dislikes the natural world, and she likes a little excitement now and then. Generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future, and often acts with compassion, and often feels envious of others. And she is very humble, and she tends to think before acting, and occasionally overindulges. She should be considered rude, and tends to consider what others think of her. Likes to take it easy, and is brave in the face of imminent danger. Doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, and is generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. Needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors, and only grumbles mildly at shitty weather. All right. So, now, let's see. We need food. We need somewhere to sleep. We need farming, which is going to get set up right there in a sec. And then we have to start building. We need to figure out what we're going to build and how we're going to build it. I'm also going to see if I could just... Yeah, I can. This is always my favorite thing ever. When I can just, like, mine stone without actually digging underground is always the best. Also down here, it looks like we have Garnerite ore. Garnerite's tin, right? Garnerite? Garnerite. Nickel, not tin. Okay. Looks like we got Garnerite on both sides, and then what's around that? Gabbro. All right. So I think that we can, like... We've got Galena. Okay. That's good. I already own Cloud Gardens. I've owned Cloud Gardens for a while, actually, on Steam. I got code for it right when it first came out, but when it first went into early access, it was like, oh, this has, like, no content yet, so. I just kind of was like, well, I'll wait a bit. So I already own Cloud Gardens. So we're going to basically mine around the edge of this. This isn't where we're going to be living, though. We're going to be transporting boulders up to the surface and manufacturing them into blocks so that we can build up on the surface. So this is going to kind of be a open pit mine, sort of. Sort of. Being the key word there. Looking at the news. Alright, doesn't seem so bad. Seems like the same people are still invading people. Alright, we need more miners. Let's give Carol mining. Let's just get some farm plots built. We'll make a food stockpile right there. Interesting. We've already got stuff growing on the ground. So this is just going to be for seeds. And no prepared food. And no barrels, just bags. We're also going to go into the kitchens menu and don't cook plump helmet spawn naturally. There. Don't cook plump helmets. Just brew plump helmets. Well, looks like we've already got a dwarf brewing foods for us, which is excellent. We're going to make a stone stockpile. Put it, like, right there. We're going to put our wheelbarrows in there, which I'm pretty sure we already have, because I'm pretty sure I brought wheelbarrows. Yes, I did. Looks like the kitten's already going overtime that we brought in on adventure mode. So these 4 are adventurers that we brought. One of which is like this, who's a chameleon person, who apparently feels bitter after getting into an argument. Oh, that's unfortunate. Very annoyed and very grouchy. You're mad at the lack of chairs and whatnot. Currently, we don't have a police force, so I'm not really worrying about what the police force is going to be at this exact moment in time. Currently, I'm more concerned about getting these people somewhere to sit. You know? We don't really need police force when we've only just settled. What we do need, however, is some tables and chairs. But that is a pretty good name for a squad or something. Just filling your pun quota? It's fine. I have to fill mine too, I get it. Alright, the boulders begin. Who's digging? Look at this. So this is going to be kind of our open pit mine down here. I think we're going to like channel out a few layers too. We'll channel out the one beneath it eventually too. Headed to parent-teacher conferences. Well, cheers. Thanks for swinging by today. We'll be on tomorrow as well. Probably more of the same. I don't actually know what the plan is for tomorrow. I'll figure it out as the day goes on. But yeah, that's what we're going to be doing. We're kind of mining out these boulders down here. Got dwarves constructing stuff left and right down here. And then up here, we can start making some mason shops. Although, actually, I'm not going to make them out of granite because that's a waste of granite. Why did I do that a second time? I'm not actually sure I have enough dwarves to set up those mason shops, but we'll hope. 224 booze, excellent. Sure, I can do this. And springtime has arrived. Meaning we're at the beginning of new Embark season, basically. Just literally gotta wait for the game to save. I'm kind of thinking that. I mean, like, this is a very shallow world, right? You're off as well? Cheers, Padinsky. Thanks for hanging out, man. Yeah, this is a very shallow world, so doing a super above ground fort is like actually quite reasonable. Why is the world shallow? Because of how I generated it? It's only like from here to the underground is minus 30. Yeah, it only goes 30 Z levels down. Granted, it goes all the way up to, like, 26 above ground. You know, Cruel Stuff, you come by every now and again and you're just a complete and total fucking cunt, so you know what, you can just go away and never come back. It's not the first time Cruel Stuff's been here. I wouldn't give them that much credit. There's a difference between throwing a tantrum and just being a cuck. move through. Well, things are all right. Digging away. Got lots of spots where we can start digging away at all of this diorite and gabbro and various different types of things. We've got gneiss up at the top here, which is also really nice, actually. Tons of native silver in the gneiss as well. So we're definitely going to be another Warhammer fort. Although I guess, like, so silver short swords aren't terrible. So you can have masonry for when you're done felling those trees. The one that I just removed from rooms? You could say this Embark is pretty nice. A lot of Embarks are pretty nice, turns out. So that's not the tool that I wanted. You ever just, like, forget what tool you have selected in a video game and then select the wrong one? They always start out good? They never really end bad. I don't know, this game seems pretty secure to me. Unfortunately, I can't trade with the elves because I have nothing I can sell them right now. There's literally nothing in the fort aside from my tools that they'll buy, and I don't feel like selling them my tools, so. But I'll bet you the chameleon people are happy to see them. Constantly use the wrong tool in DF? Well, I just constantly, like, swap out zones and stockpiles. Like, I'll have the stockpile tool turned on, and sometimes I'll have a different tool turned on. I think that I have the other one set up when I don't. All right, mason shop. Start mining all that stuff out, or start making blocks out of those. After one in-game year, stop playing since then. Do you want to know how to not have that happen? Don't settle near a tower. Just see these on the map. Don't settle near to them. Hey, hashtag. What's up, dude? Hope you're doing well. And enjoy the ad-free viewing, courtesy of a very kind person. It was unreasonable to keep his ability to talk. Yeah, I was looking at his chat. When he popped in and told me to shut the fuck up almost immediately, I was looking at his chat logs. I'm like, I remember this person. Wasn't sure if anybody here remembered him, but... I often give people too many chances, unfortunately. But, oh well. Jess! Thanks for the raid! What up? You guys don't know Jess. You should go give Jess a follow. She's been playing a lot of Crusader Kings recently. Jess is a member of my team. She's a fantastic individual. You might hear her voice on my podcast sometimes. But I think this command works. Yay, it works! How was your lovely adventures in Crusader Kings today? We went on several adventures today in adventure mode, and now we've started a fortress. In adventure mode, we first went exploring this big river that we're settled on the overworld by flying up and down the canyon on the back of a giant moth. Hey, hardcore! On the back of a giant moth, we were flying up and down the canyon, which is great. And then the moth got startled by something, and our poor elf on the back of this moth got swept into a creek, into a river at the top of one of the waterfalls next to a, like, I don't know, 4 to 15-story drop. And something startled it, and the moth dove into the water, and we fell off of the moth and then got washed over the waterfall and went, splat. So thus, we named this brand new fortress Mothfall. And then we brought some more adventurers over and came to visit. You have to raid and run because you have a doctor's appointment as per usual? Yeah, I understand. Cheers. Go do what you gotta do. But thank you very much for the raid. Much appreciated. So, yeah, we did 2 adventures today, and now we're messing around in Fortress Moat. We're going to build a big castle on the side of the thing. But the adventures that we brought, we have a chameleon woman, a goblin, an extra dwarf, as well as a chameleon man. We got some chameleon people on the floor. That raid was too fast for you? It's too late. It's not too late to like copy paste the raid message and post it late. Hi, Infinity. What's up? I mean, it seems like Jess has got somewhere to be, so don't be too worried about it being a quick turnaround. All right, so I can go down here and place some tables, some chairs. There you go. See? Never too late. It's good having you around, regardless. But yeah, to anybody coming over from Jess's stream, my name's Greg. The internet calls me blind. I don't see very well. I stream a lot of Dwarf Fortress and traditional roguelikes. I've been playing games like this as long as I can remember at this point. If you have any questions about DF or what we're doing, shout at me. I keep on thinking that chameleon is a cat. I realize you're a chameleon man, but it just keeps throwing me off. Keeps throwing me off. So now that this is constructing over here, we've got these guys making us bricks. Let's make a, blending it pretty much, yeah. That's like the name of that whole species, right? They just kind of become like the things around them. But it's time for me to welcome some raiders. So I'm just going to real quick say, hey, Andy, what's up? It's good to see you. What's up, old guy? Hope you're doing well. Hey, Reza, how's things? And as well as Darl. Hello, Darl. And I think Infinity is the last one. So. Yeah. What's up? And about settling near the tower, you checked the neighbor tab and thought it would just be no problem with that. Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, at that point, then like you're just asking for trouble. Like if you're willingly settling right next to a tower, like yeah, that's like very, unless like you know exactly what you're doing, you're very much asking for trouble at that point. And even if you know what you're doing, you might just like have zombies there already. Hey Lang, what's up? All right, so this little spot right here is just making us boulders into blocks. And we can, just like that, start building along this edge. Infinity has been a regular around various members of, well, my stream and various members of my stream team for about as long as I can remember at this point. So it's not too surprising if you've encountered Infinity in various places in the past. Either here or elsewhere. I mean, this particular song only just started playing. I think the reason I can't focus on just one thing is because I'm just very distracted today. Admittedly, I've been pretty distracted for a couple of weeks now, but it's just been getting worse recently. All right, well, that's about as far as we can go for right now. But yes, this song is definitely a song. You went to the streets at midnight, yeah, and then you wondered why your wallet got swapped. Or swiped? Stolen? Taken? Alright, so we are going to move the tavern to right here. Mechanical harvest. And we'll just expand it, actually. We're going to make a craft store shop and wood cup. Make 10. Should be 30. Brewer, you should have wood crafting. Gotta do what you gotta do, Merc. Gotta wait until I have more granite blocks. We're just still digging. Good, good, good. We're just gonna keep digging out, I think, like one line at a time along the edge here. This should mostly just be granite on this layer. It's good to know that the chameleons are like getting to work and doing good stuff. They're just like running stuff back and forth for us. Interesting. Chameleon people have no likes or dislikes. Huh. Very much has an elf's ideals. Holds, like others in his culture, holds nature to be of greater value than most aspects of civilization, truly values merrymaking and parties, and values family and a harmonious existence, and sees competition as reasonably important and finds those that deny their impulses somewhat stiff. Respects commerce and dreams of seeing great natural places of the world. Is our chameleon person. Also, what size clothing do they wear? Small. Okay, so we have to make sure that we have some small clothing around for the chameleon people. Because they have their own size clothing. What, the chameleon people? I mean, they're still gonna be depressed. Yes, they are very colorful. Like, I mean, they still have thoughts. They just don't have, what's that section? Yeah, they just don't have specific likes and dislikes. Like, they don't like Cespertine or Le Pewter. Like, they don't have that green section, right? That's the part that they're missing. They don't know, they're just not picky, I guess. But, like, they can still get depressed and whatnot. But yeah, they are very colorful. I mean, chameleons can, like, change the color of their scales to a degree, too, so. I mean, I guess I could use full granite boulders, but that's a waste of granite. What died on this map? Bunch of fish. It's like a bunch of carp have died here. Well, nobody cared. That's about how that story ended. Like a bunch of fish have died here and nobody minds. Also those weird flying fish. Kind of debating as to whether or not I want this section here. You know what? Actually, yeah, let's add this section in. Let's knock you down over to here because I can. Just kind of trying to debate how it would look. But I think we'll keep this section in. We'll go up to there and then back and around, like up and across to over there. Is what we'll do. One moth dies and everyone remembers him forever. I mean, this is Mothfall. Mothfall's a legend of a silly elf who made a mistake, misjudging the distance at which they were flying to this place. Definitely is what Mothfall is. What kind of trees are these? Willows? Willows? Coffee! Chat, this is the best fort. We got coffee and avocados. And kumquats. All right, I'm ready to be a hipster in this fortress for all eternity. We have coffee and avocados. All we need now is olives, and we're rich. We're basically Italy at that point. Coffee and avocados? I mean, what else do you need in life? No toast? Well, dwarves haven't figured out how to make bread yet, okay? Tarn has talked about teaching them a couple of times, but I don't think he's gotten around to it yet. We can make flour. Sort of. We'll use beer as bread. Don't put avocado in your beer. Let's, please, for all of our sakes, please do not put avocado in your beer. Misjudging the mental stability. No, misjudging the ease at which a moth is startled. Hold on a second, chat. I'm making a Google for science. Avocado craft beer, because no one's going to make a big brand beer of that. All right, I found a Brut IPA that apparently has avocado zest in it, whatever the fuck that means. Sounds interesting. I found an avocado ale from Angel City Brewing Company, which is actually a brewery I've heard of. Yeah, they have an avocado ale, which is a Kolsch. I'm trying to imagine what that would taste like. I don't know. I'm not a strict vegan, so I'm not the person to ask. Like, I'm a weekday vegetarian who often ends up eating vegan meals as kind of like a situation. I'm not strict anything, so I'm not the person to ask. Well, enough of that dumb Google. There's a whole lot of vermin down here. It's a pretty shitty little... That's just such a... This is our tavern. It's like this hole in the dirt, basically. Ugh, those poor dwarves. I feel so bad for these poor dwarves. This is such an awful place to live right now. We're about to get, like, migrant waves, too. That underground place looks like a brain? Wait, what? You mean, like, the area that I dug out? That's a stretch, but I guess I see it. Not that I spend much time looking at brains, so. See, normally people just say that my forts look like dicks. So, you know what? I'll take a brain. That seems smart. But yeah, I can kind of see like the right brain, left brain, and all that jazz. Kind of, it makes sense. Making granite walls. Bet you they're shiny. Also, it's not very often that I report people that I ban in my chat, but today I did. Not very often that I just straight up file a report against somebody. All right, so with this fort, I kind of don't want to use the same water defense style. But since the world is pretty shallow, I'm currently like running through the possibilities in my head of maybe being able to use lava as defense. What did he write? It's irrelevant. It's more like stuff he's said in the past. So. Basically just like being nonsensically rude for no logical reason and just insulting people rather than speaking like a normal human. It's kind of the TLDR version, I guess. Like, you know, people who are just like, yo, like, you can't say something nice, so they just insult you instead. It's that kind of person. Lava moat? I'd have to find lava-safe materials to pump it up. I don't really want to do a lava moat. And I ain't seeing any sand anywhere, which is kind of... Yeah, so unless I find lava-safe materials, I'm not going to promise that. Unless this is sand. If it's loamy sand, then loamy sand. Yeah, I can't make glass out of that. I got nothing I can make into glass. I don't have easy access to, like, iron or something. Like, if we had an abundance of iron, I could pump lava, but I don't really have a way of pumping lava. Besides, we have a literal, what's going to be a double waterfall moat when I'm done with it, so, like, if that's not a good enough moat for you, then I don't know what it is. Yeah, I don't fully get it. I mean, the very first thing that person ever said in my chat ever was an insult, and I ignored it because it was when I had Tarn on. And I was like, well, you know what? I'm just going to ignore what you're saying. Then they came back kind of the next day and just they were a dick. And then, well, today they were being a dick again, so I just banned them. People confuse me. That's basically it. Oh, you were just thinking of ideas for lava usage? See, I'm thinking about, like, the... like, I'm thinking about shipping lava up to the surface for that. I think, more accurately, what I think we're going to do is we're just going to bring the baddies down to the lava sea and maybe have, like, a small pump or, like, 1 or 2 pumps to be able to pump lava onto things, but I'm definitely not making a lava moat in this fort. That's not happening. That's way too much logistics for this fort. I already did a lot of pumping in the last fort. I don't want to do more. Pumping is fine, but too much of it gets to be a bit much. Gathering plants, hacking down trees, building walls, all that jazz. I don't know what layer it's on. It's in the hill somewhere. I didn't see it after a scan. Oh. Why does the pangolin get a combat log for rolling into a ball? It's always what she said. That's like the reality. At least she didn't say that you're better off dead. Speaking of that's what she said. What's up, Sirelak? Hope you're doing well. Is this special ball attack? I guess so. He's charging his secret special move. Now, I don't need to do this at all. I'm doing it for aesthetic reasons. Wooden supports. I like to do this sometimes when I'm doing open pit mines. Just build little wooden supports. Do I need to? No. What are grates for? They let water pass through. So you can have something that water can drain through, but dwarves can walk over. Whereas floor, water doesn't drain through it. Saying goodbye to a cousin for the last time? Oh, that sucks. That's no fun. I'm sorry, Cyrelak. think I need more masons. But I hope that the drive was smooth. Lilac. There's too many attempts at puns in that sentence. I can't fucking understand it, Nox. Oh, little hitch. Something's going on. This is a bigger map. We're gonna get weird hitches from time to time, so that's fine. Is to be expected. You can go help. Oh, that's probably what's causing lag. Woochie's interrupted by a vulture. That would do it. Hi, fool. I'm a blind. For implementing external doors that slowly suck you and monsters out of the dungeon spaceship is proving more work than you thought. Oh, are you trying to, like... Huh. I'm just like, hold on. Are you trying to make a turn-based... What was the name of that video game? Chat, what's the indie game that you can, like, kick people through windows out of a spaceship? Fuck. The people are making Tactical Breach Wizards. No, not FTL. Not every space game's automatically FTL. Heat Signature, yeah, that's it. I like how I remember the name of their next game, but not the original. Are you trying to make this? I mean, yeah, Space Station 13, you can do that as well. Are you trying to make a turn-based this? Because that would be rad if you're actually able to pull it off. That would actually be rad. I don't know if you'll pull it off, but best of luck, dude. It's okay. You only have, like, what, 4 days left? 5 days left? Something like that? Well, I mean, good luck. Just give us a kick button. Just give us a kick button and a dodge roll and we'll be fine. Oh no. Chameleon and Clother got into a fight with a vulture, but the chameleon dodged and the vulture missed and then they ran away. We're all just getting interrupted by vultures. Not a good start. Did you have good tunes along the drive at least? Drive was cathartic. You got to let your sis, who was closer to them, cry the whole trip. Oh boy. Yeah. Well, part of life, unfortunately. I can vibe it now. Hey, Alomino, what's up, dude? Brand new fortress today. And just up the, literally just downstream from Hotbeards. Hotbeards is right here. We're right here. This is Mothfall. By the halls of defending. We have 2 chameleon people in the fortress and a goblin that we brought over. We've got 4 adventurers. 1, 2, 3, and 4. What's up, Oily Mix? But the actual map itself is like this lovely little river, and then this massive river down at the bottom, which is the big river that comes out of Hotbeards. But we're like at the end of kind of the hills that fill it up. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna build on both sides of this. So we're gonna put a tower on the right side and the main fort kind of in that middle chunk right there. Similar waterfall. Yeah, well, I mean, it's the same river, literally. It's the edge of the same river, so of course it's going to be similar. The next waterfall, just up here, we kind of drowned an adventurer on it. which was a oopsie. But it's fine. They probably had it coming. You've never had any iron? Really? You found magnetite? Magnetite's great. So, yeah, that's this fort. So far, anyway. Also, the cat that's in this fort came with the adventurers, so, you know. Granted. I think it's best to just kind of let them work for a little bit. Doesn't help that the jobs keep getting canceled by all these vultures that keep dive bombing us. Hopefully they don't stick around too long. Well, I mean, you just need Flexstone. Have you never played Heat Signature? Heat Signature is crazy good. I think I have it on... I have it on some storefront that isn't Steam, and I'm not sure which one. How's the emotional support kitten doing? Is no longer a kitten, is now cat. Appears to be doing cat things. Fensast. Yeah, appears to be doing cat things and is trying to fill up our refuse pile. Yeah, appears to be doing cat things. As for you, the owner of that emotional support kitten, your companion is the chameleon woman. And you are good friends with Cussie, and kindred spirits with the chameleon man, Tilu, and kindred spirits with Padinsky. But your companion is the chameleon woman. I don't actually know what companion means. I think it just means that you were in a party with them. Cat has vermin for years, pretty much, yeah. To approaching Nirvana, and how did that go? Firelight? Your dad had a great story idea for a more traditional roguelike when you told him about wanting to have locked doors and control panels. May go in that direction. I mean, a really fun, like, idea for a roguelike would be, like, you're in a spaceship and you have to get to the bridge to unlock the gate to the escape pods or something. Maybe vacuum holes, sucking holes will be V2. Just whatever you do. Like, if you're doing a roguelike for 7-day RL, work on it for the 7 days, and then leave the 7-day RL version as is, and then go make another, just keep working on it if you want. Like, you don't have to stop after those 7 days. Like, if you like the idea you're working on, you can absolutely stop. And then keep working on it. Oh, just as music to listen to while you were driving? I gotcha. Losing loved ones, it's always like a difficult thing for me to talk about because I'm very like, well, part of life kind of person when it comes to losing people. But yeah, I would say that emotional support kitty is doing quite well. Meanwhile, look at Cussie over here, who's carrying like sorghum, spinach, rye, single grain wheat, barley, whipvines, red spinach, lettuce, sorghum, more whipvines, more barley, more lettuce leaves, more vines, more spinach, more barley, more rye. Like, look at all that crap. He's moving so slowly. He's carrying so much shit. Satisfied at work, at least, though. Bored after being unable to practice the craft for too long. Well, salad? Dude, that's all turning into alcohol. And then jumps to the side because it got dive bombed by a vulture. God damn these fucking vultures. Alcohol salad? Yeah, the best kind of... Booze salad! I've had weed salad. I've never had booze salad. It would be new for me. But yeah, if you need some QA, I'm sure some people in the Discord or even myself would be willing to help. Should be working on your 7-day RL, but instead you're working on stuff that pays you. Yeah, that's like me wanting to work on my synthesizers, but instead I'm just streaming. Did you get attacked? No, a vulture dive bombed you though. Like that. There's the vulture. Vultures are just assholes in Dwarf Fort. They basically just like startle your dwarves repeatedly. As long as nobody falls in the river though, we're fine. As long as no one drowns, we're fine. It's fine. You can maybe make this into the Visitor's Tavern. Not a bad idea. But no, you weren't really attacked. Actually, you know what? We could totally make this into a Visitor's Tavern. Make this into like a little wooden structure that goes around, and then make this basement area into like a food storage. Over the course of the next month or so? Yeah, that seems like a reasonable speed to drink a fifth of whiskey. What kind of whiskey? You just heard of it today? 7-day RL happens once a year. Why, are you thinking of participating, Lord Drath, then? I talk about it because I cover it. I often stream a bunch of games from it. But it's over in 4 days, 5 hours, 20 minutes, and 38 seconds. 1,047 people have started. That's when it's over. That's when you have to submit something. It's a annual event. I think the first one I played a bunch of games from was 2018, but I've been aware of it for a while. Yeah. You can use external libraries and game engine pre-existing code and stuffs. So you can, like, piece stuff together. As long as it's a roguelike. There's plenty of resources and instructions here. Yes, just keep the score low and have fun. Like, I played a game last year that was literally just a world, like, it was literally just a map generator that you could walk around in. Had no enemy AI. That was all it was just a map generator. Because, like, they didn't actually have time to get enemies in. So they were just like, here's our map renderer. And it was, like, cool maps that it rendered. But, like, just looking at some of the early submissions, obviously early submissions are very heavily prepped, so, like, try not to compete with these too much. But, like, have a look at this. This is a screenshot of a Death Stranding roguelike that someone's working on. I can't wait to try this shit. Look at that! That's awesome! And the whole point is, like, you know, you get a bigger backpack. You have various activatable abilities, and you have to, like, dodge around people and shit. Did that go off, P-Lug? I didn't hear it if it did. Okay, well, I certainly didn't hear it. But yeah, no, there's stuff being worked on. Oh, here's another one that's been submitted. Oh, although it doesn't really have any good screenshots. Although it's just playable. Some of them are like already done, which, you know, is like maybe not fair, but. Cancels building wooden balls interrupted by vulture. That feeling when you're just trying to make your spiky wooden balls and then a vulture interrupts you. How fucking rude. Typical vultures. Come here, is it late spring? I think we have until fall. Next year? Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, like, it's literally just a 7-day long game jam. Evening, Stone. How are you? Hope your day's been okay. This is Mothfall. Brand new fortress. Yeah, there's another game jam that I want to try covering, which I've never gotten around to. Let's see if I can find it. Yeah, did they ever? Very new one. Hey, they are doing another one. This is another one that I think might be interesting. Dungeon Crawler Jam. It's a game jam that's just first-person dungeon crawlers. So this is one that I would like to try covering. It's like the game must be a first-person exploration at all times. Exceptions are point-to-point overworld maps and movement and fast travel and combat screens. The game must have explorable locations, although I think this one's a little bit longer. But yeah, this is the second year that this one's happening. So there's another kind of neat game jam that I want to cover. But yeah, I think that game jams are awesome. It's like a way to encourage people to be creative without too many, what's the word? Of the old Might and Magics. I mean, it's just old styles of game. I mean, it's like Grimrock, right? Games that don't get made very often. Let's just let them make blocks for a little bit. All right, so here's the aquifer. It's in the conglomerate. Most of it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it looks like it's in all of the conglomerate is where the aquifer is. So we can like dig down to here and build a fortress in this level for like underground stuff. So we could do that. Or I could just commit to what I'm doing, which is just keep building up, which is what I'm going to keep trying to do. You know, if well, actually, I think I only have one wheelbarrow. Let's make 4 more wheelbarrows. Yeah, there's only one wheelbarrow in the. No, we need more. We need 2 more wheelbarrows. If we can get 2 more wheelbarrows, 3 ideally. Suspend the spiked balls job. Make us wheelbarrows. Dang it. I was just curious if either of my animals were milkable, and I don't think they are. They're both metal. What you linking? There we go. Oh, oh, is this your 7-day RL entry? It's a first-person thing? Oh, that's neat. Is it grid? Is this grid-based? I'm not sensing a grid if it is. Neat look to it. I like it. Needs a wider FOV, but that's just me. It's on a grid? Okay. Neat. Oh, okay, so it's on a grid with free look. That's where it's throwing me off because like the camera's pointing at like different angles. Gotcha. Looks neat though. I mean, maybe you should take part in the dungeon crawler game jam as well. Just because why not? Like clearly you have experience in the field. Although I will say that dungeon crawler game jam is much less popular than the 7-day RL. I mean, last year was its first year, I think, so. It's very new. It's also quite a bit longer, I think, because the games are like quite a bit more complicated. First-person dungeon crawlers are a bit more to do than the alternative. Apparently, Sony, as part of PlayStation, is donating $2 million in support of Ukraine and is suspending all operations in Russia. No longer shipping PlayStations to Russia, not like you could buy them to begin with. And Gran Turismo 7 is not launching in Russia. It continues. I mean, it's very easy to make fun of the Sony one, specifically because it's like not like anybody can buy a fucking PlayStation to begin with. Those things like might as well not exist. But they're trying. Another thing you can do if you don't want to just throw money at that, there's also this. You want to buy like 500 games and then like 300 tabletop games that are print-offable for $10. itch.io is doing good work. So I'm linking all these itch.io links. Also, hello, Cassie. How are you? PS5 is not real. It can't hurt us. You know, I'd be willing to believe that the PlayStation 5 is a conspiracy theory that doesn't actually exist. I'd be willing to back that. You have a friend float a crazy conspiracy that Putin is doing all of this because of some terminal disease. There's reports flying around here that people think that he has early onset Parkinson's, because he has a lot of visual features of that. And the way he talks and his mannerisms looks kind of like Parkinson's. But fuck knows. Yeah, I mean, that's the real sad bit, right? When wars happen, all that ends up happening is bigotry, and it enhances, like, in this case, I guess, anti-Russian tendencies for the rest of the world, which sucks. I mean, I'm just really sad because it's going to get slowly harder for me to order art, because all of the art on this channel is drawn by Cooler SK, who lives in Russia, right? Like, it's just sucks. There is no good side to any of this shit. It's just one world leader being incredibly selfish and stupid, and the rest of us all having to deal with it, some people more than others. Yeah, at the end of the day, all this shit's just sad. Yeah, I mean, I don't think that that's the craziest theory ever. I mean, I've definitely heard crazier theories about why this war is happening already. Okay, man. That's one of the more plausible crazy theories, I would say. I'm sorry, what? Cyrelac? Speaking of crazy theories, how are you doing, Amateur? What's up? What, Cyrelac? That's a new one. Are you going to have a secondary bridge between the two parts of this fort? I mean, these little wooden bridges are going to get deconstructed. Those are temporary, just so we have some way of getting across. But I want to build a bridge from, like, this side, maybe up here, to the other side. Yes. That's all I have. I don't know. What is all I have to say about that one? Not going to elaborate any more than that. What? Good news, though, for the 3 of you in chat who watch F1. We get Kevin Magnussen instead of fucking stupid Russian rich kid. No more Mazepin. All of the K-Mag. Very sight. Seems I've been building a while. I mean, I built a wall. Not really. I wouldn't say that I've been building a while. I'm trying to figure out where I should put bedrooms. I'm kind of tempted to just stick down to here and build bedrooms down here. You did miss all of the adventurers earlier today, though. Amateur. What's up, Salnot? The Salnot Sal Volcano. What's up? All right, Merc, you win. You win. Yep. You win. That's the best meme. Whoever made this... Slow clap. I wish that this was real. Do you have any idea how quickly I would install Farming Simulator again if this was actually in the game? Enjoy your lurks, Taylor. Someone needs to mod that into the game. So they need to make that an official DLC, man, and just give all of the profits to Ukrainian farmers. They need to do that. That is wonderful. That is absolutely wonderful. That is fucking funny. Memes have been amazing. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Like just the Ukrainian subreddit is fucking fire, and the like Ukrainian farmers memes are genuinely incredible. Like there's some really good stuff out there. Ah, jeez. Steel Harvest expansion. You'd buy Farming Sim just for that DLC? Yeah, I highly doubt Giant Software would ever do that, but man, that would be wonderful if they did. It's just like tanks randomly spawn on your map and you have to like tow them and then you sell them for profit. You know, actually, I'll bet you it'd be easier to mod that into Arma than it would be Farm Sim, though. I need to finish building these walls. That's what we need to do. We need to get this wall up, and I need to be able to drawbridge myself in case of emergency. Once that's done, we can worry about other things. Are there tanks in PZ Vanilla? I don't think there is. Yeah, that's what I thought. I know there's some military grade weaponry, but you need a mod for hammers? I can confirm there are indeed hammers in that game. Oh, Hummers, not hammers. Duh. Read that as hammers. I was like, there's hammers in Project Zomboid. What do you want about? Hummers, right. Very different thing. I mean, no one can out-meme spam Krabicus. So, as long as you're not on Krabicus levels of meme spam, we won't have to ask you politely to slow down. There is one member of this community who we actually had to tell to please post less memes because he was posting so many memes we couldn't actually, like, moderate them. And, like, 1 in 50 was, like, maybe a little bit too spicy for my Discord, so... Also, Nox is apparently our expedition leader. What jobs do you have? Let's give you mechanics, because I need a mechanic. Also, what's the population of Hotbeards now? Still at 750? Okay. Oh yeah, Sirelite. Damn straight, dude. Once you're in the mood, hell yeah. Doubtful. Gotta see. But I also don't think they'll need it. Because the way the game does what's the word? Oh, the way the game does overworld fights versus the way the player plays out fights is totally different, so they wouldn't need to. So even if they did get invaded, they'd probably be fine based on the fact that they have adamantine weapons there that the game knows about. So I don't think that's much of a concern. Surely didn't tell you were allowed to vote. I was going to make one of my migrant workers, one of my adventurers into the expedition leader, but I can't do that until we have a mayor. Because I can't give them proper duties until we have a mayor. Double drawbridge? Like double down under, but with less baseline? Stories of them written by drowning goblins. Yeah, I don't think they'd be able to get, like, the intricacies down a bit. I mean, they can pull those levers and they can, like, fill it up with water and accidentally drown themselves, but as for that, I don't know. Although I wouldn't be super shocked if some of the few living named dwarves in that fort moved over here. Also, Nox, you can also have masonry. I wonder. Okay, I guess not. It's interesting. This person has some long-term acquaintances who don't exist. This chameleon person has some long-term acquaintances that are just like blank. I wonder what that means. So I think we're going to split this river and actually make like a double waterfall. I know it means we can't see them, but I wonder why we can't see them. Is that a better way of asking the question? I think we're going to make a double waterfall. They're just hid too well. Oh, they're just very camouflaged chameleons. That's probably it. Yeah. They were Thanos snap. Well. Maybe they were just red doors and then they wanted to be painted black. It's classified, so their names were redacted. I think they're just startled chameleons that just went into stealth. That's my suspicion. That looks like a much faster river than the last one. Looks like a much faster river than the last one. Well, this definitely works faster now that we've got the extra wheelbarrows. Bringing the boulders up. They are much more efficient now. There goes the first bridge. Click the hold going into hiding button into Crusader Kings. Possible. That is definitely possible. So now that those are both done, or at least the one's done, link up to the first bridge and then link up to the second bridge, and then we just need to finish the walls, and then we more or less are safe-ish. So now we have the two bridges hooked up. It's just a matter of finishing up this outer wall. And then we should be good to go. What's up north? What do you mean, what's up north? Polar bears, I would assume. Unless you mean just the rest of the map. Are you asking for an overview? I mean, we're not fully walled off that yet, if that's what you're asking. That's as far north as the map goes. I was just going to go up to probably around here and then go this way across and give us this. Give us this area. Hello, Freeways. Whenever people are talking about Crusader Kings, I can never tell if they're talking about Crusader Kings or something that's happening in the real world, and I always get weirdly nervous. It's like, what are you guys on? Chat, you guys scare me sometimes. More accurately, Crusader Kings scares me sometimes. Hi, here, I'm blind. Hell yeah, Elamino. Thank you much, dude. And shoutouts to Navy for being absurdly generous. You're just super vulnerable right now. The moment war started, I know somebody who immediately canceled all of his CK3 streams the week the war started because he's just like, you know, invading Europe right now seems wrong. It's like, I can kind of see where you're coming from there. Nothing that you planned went as intended. What did you plan? It's a very broad statement. But that sucks, dude. Their whole day schedule? Well, I mean, could be worse, right? You get to watch my stream now. That's got to count for something, right? Don't let me toot my own horn too much. We'll also need a northern gate. Uh-oh. Another lag stutter. Did something just spawn on? Ah, it's just the fucking vultures. Well, this tree can go goodbye. Someone will get rid of it. Be fine. I'm sorry, why did that dwarf just run through that water? More dwarves have arrived. I have a feeling this dwarf came from Hotbeards based on how happy and enthusiastic you seem to be. About, you know, everything in general after seeing all of these goblins' dead bodies. And your teeth are gone, or your upper left back teeth are gone. Looks like it's 2 dwarves and a gosling. Hey, it's Kettle. One of my legendary hammer dwarfs. Did you bring a hammer? Now you brought a pick. God dang it. Well, we now have our military commander. The Tenacious Gates. Tenacious G is what we're going to call them. You're a novice fighter, but rusty. Legendary bone carver and a herbalist. Right, well. Chat, so we got a new dwarf, if anybody would like a name. This is 2 dwarves came from the other fort. Never mind, there are more. Who else do we have? We have 2, 3, 4. One of them is immediately overthrown by the stresses of day-to-day living. How about you just leave? Oh, but then you have to take Ponce with you. Ponce appears to be in a billion pieces. Ability to stand lost, motor nerve damage, sensory nerve damage. Why did you come here? You'd like me to name a dwarf after a cousin? Do you want your dwarf to die in the video game too? You know what? I think it's best that you two leave this time, unfortunately. Oh no. I now have this insane dwarf wandering around. Well, I did boot out 2 dwarves immediately, so. Tosid, the miner. We have, it's Woodcrafter. And this Bone Carver. Bone Carver can be Meg, you said? Larlac? That work? Meg killed a honey badger in Hotbeards and is the daughter of Zephon and Nil, and she's a faithful worshiper of what looks to be a pantheon of gods. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 gods, and 1, 2, 3, 4 objects of worship. Hey, Shadowblade's her cousin, who passed away. Piranha as well, who's also dead as far as I know. Her nephew's in the fortress, who's missed him, the Woodcrafter. Pigfinit's here as well. Or Pigfinit's as well, is actually older half-brother, who I think died in the fighting. She's got her bases covered. Yeah, she's just, like, not, like, keeping her options open, as they say. You saw Merc on the list, too? Yeah. Her dark peach skin is wrinkled. Her heliotrope eyes are somewhat narrow. Her hair is black, and her medium-length hair is neatly combed. She's 74 years old, born on the 20th of Timber in the year 98. In the list of relatives, let's see. Where was Merc? Ah, there you go. Merc's uncle. Uncle Murky. At least until the 2nd edition shows up. We'll get you named in here. I'm not sure if your dwarf is alive. But, She personally is put off by family and values tranquility and a peaceful day due to seeing a goblin's dead body in the year 167. Finds eloquence and artful speech off-putting and finds those that deny their impulses somewhat stiff. Dreams of creating a great work of art, and this dream was realized. She drops any activity at the slightest hint of difficulty, or even the suggestion of effort. So if someone suggests that you have to work, you drop everything. Or even the suggestion of effort being required. She is quick to anger and could be considered rude, and does not go out of her way to help others, and is generally quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures. She is moved by art and natural beauty, and she is troubled by this. Since she dislikes natural world, she is curious and eager to learn, and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. When she's nervous, she clicks her tongue, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. And doesn't really care about anything anymore. There you go. She likes Kilonite and Electrum and Alexandrite, Peachwood, and White Spotted Puffer. White Spotted Puffer leather, specifically. Hemp fabric and emus for their inquisitive nature. Chat, as somebody who's been pecked in the back of the head by an emu as a younger child, I don't think I would refer to emus as inquisitive. I mean, like, I've got a lot of respect for Zach and Tarn, but inquisitive? What about emus as inquisitive? I'm so perplexed by that. She needs an emu farm? I mean, I suppose. Weird. I'm just trying to I'm trying to figure out why emus are inquisitive, and I'm not seeing anything on the wiki about it. But who else do we have? We have Posid the Miner. Who else asked for a dwarf? We got Meg for Sarlac's cousin. Freeways wants one. Posid. Freeways. Sticking their heads where they don't belong. That's what makes them inquisitive? Like in the back of my head. Freeways is a faithful worshiper of Delin, Diamond Crest of the Mountainous, and is 87 years old, born on the 13th of Malachite in the year 85. He is short and obese and is... Sorry, I'm not trying to insult you, Freeways, I swear. Is short and obese and is clean, and his sideburns are clean shaven. His very long mustache is neatly combed, and his very long beard is arranged in double braids. His very long hair is neatly combed, and his nose is sharply hooked. He has a prominent chin, and his slightly protruding heliotrope eyes have large irises. His dark peach skin is wrinkled, and his nose bridge is slightly convex. His hair is black with flecks of gray. Bellinair, thank you very much for the raid. How was the onion ring, as per usual? Or the alder ring, or the elder ring, or the other ring? How was the one ring to rule the Marn and darkness bind them? Because clearly it's darkness. Jack, can I get a round of beers for the raiders? Elden Bling. Oh, no, that's just the end game of Elden Ring, right? So instead of, like, Fashion Frame or Fashion Souls, it's Elden Bling. Please tell me that's what people... Yeah, excellent. Love it. Elden Bling. How goes the Elden Bling? There you go. Zenervous Wreck is a strong tendency towards privacy and finds helping others emotionally rewarding. Chat, if you don't know Bellinair, please go give Bellinair a follow. He's a lovely lad, member of my stream team. His voice is on the most recent episode of this podcast. And he's been playing a lot of... Uh-oh. So I don't know what is wrong with this command, but it's got like some sort of infinite looping problem. hold on. Let me just, I did this once before today. I need to figure out what's wrong with that command. Bot's very happy about the team. I've set up this new bot, and it's got a few kinks that need to be ironed out. Just don't throw it too hard, okay? Hold on, what the fucking command does that? It's the podcast command that does that. That's a problem. Hold up. Podcast. Why does it do that? Edit. Oh. I think I understand the problem. I'm going to try this again. It might break it again. I think it is. Infinity. I think it is. I think it's Halcyon that's the problem, actually. We got a good robot. I don't know why that didn't work. That should have worked. Oh, actually, I know why it didn't work, because I haven't turned it back on yet. The bot's still disabled currently. I disabled it. Now I'm in the editing thing. Hold on. Just give me just re all the way. Just get mad at me. It's fine. Bot is now reconnected. You can try that again, Hobo. Also, let me try this. Hey! It no longer fucks it. Sweet. Yeet. Also, I need to change has to have. It's pretty funny, though. The bot just goes apeshit. Oh my god, it's doing it again. I give up. What did you do? Be like, did you? Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna disable that command. How about that? Halcyon command no longer exists. Disable. I appreciate you for being a very good mod, Belag, and breaking my chat a second time. Bot is Skynet? Bot is many things. Skynet it is not. How about this? Rumble. So why does that command have like an infinite repeat bullshit problem on it? It's bizarre. Anyway, I'll figure that shit out later. I don't know what the fuck's going on with that. But what was I reading? Right. He is a nervous wreck. Yeah, just like me, because of my bot giving me anxiety over here. It's because the bot was listening to itself. I'll figure it out off stream. He has a strong tendency towards privacy and finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. He also finds repeating chat commands very distracting, but also kind of hilarious. Is extremely confident in himself when in situations requiring his skills, and never tends to pass up a chance for a good fist fight. Tends to be passive in discussions and is slow to trust others. Does not often feel lustful and tries to get things done. Does not try to get things done perfectly each time. He finds obligations confining and is conflicted by this for more than one reason. Isn't particularly ambitious, and when he gets excited, when he gets excited, it's easy to tell because he drums his fingers, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. Doesn't mind being outdoors at least for a time. Begun the bot wars have. We has a podcast. This is true. I was trying to edit it, but apparently my edit didn't go through because Belag distracted me. Hold up. Also, because I've disabled that other command, I could just, like... change it back to what it used to be. There you go. Anyway. Also, to those of you who are all saying thanks for subs, the Navy's back, so you can say thanks now. Where was I? Yes. He likes allanite, electrum, milk quartz, and ash wood, and giant rat leather and picks. And when possible, prefers to consume giant wren and squid, and sheep cheese, and buckwheat beer. Can't stand oysters. I think your things got lost in the links. I apologize for the spam. I blame new bot and me not knowing what the fuck I'm doing with a new bot. And also, you know, instead of like me just learning what I'm doing, I make other people set things up for me so that I don't have to, and then like mistakes happen. All your chatter belong to bot, you mean? I mean, I think all your chat would belong to us if I just gave everybody in the chat mod. At that point, wouldn't it just be like all your chat are belong to us if everybody was a mod? Oh no. Broker attacked the vulture, but he jumps away. The vulture scratches the vulture in the right foot with its first toe on the right foot, bruising the muscle. The broker punches the vulture in the right upper leg, bruising the fat. The vulture attacks the broker, but she jumps away. The broker stands up. The broker grabs the vulture by the right upper leg with her left hand. The vulture is unable to break the grip of the broker's left hand on the vulture's right upper leg. The broker then punches the vulture in the lower leg with her right hand, bruising the bone. The force bends the left knee, tearing apart the muscle and bruising the bone, and tearing apart the muscle and bruising the bone. A ligament has been torn, and the vulture misses the broker. The vulture then releases the grip of the broker releases the grip of the broker's left hand from the vulture's upper leg and then stands up. All of this was done while lying down, and it looks like the vulture's still like just flat, trying to escape with some lettuce. Because vultures eat lettuce. With the real good broker, please stand up. Pro tip, if you're making drawbridges, make them outside the walls and close in, so that if a dwarf is standing on the bridge, when you close it, it fires them into the fort instead of it crushing dwarves that are already in your fort. Just saying. I think brokers would feel a connection to vultures. I think you're confusing brokers and politicians. Broker's just doing paperwork. He's just there to do his job. Give the guy a break. Politicians, on the other hand. The mayor is the true vulture, is what I'm trying to say. Also, just in case anybody's wondering what's coming up, next week is going to be a whole lot of 7-day RL stuff and Jupiter Hell. Kind of basically like starting Sunday, we're basically going to have like a week of random roguelikes and stuff. This is also pretty good, I just got to say. You have a good night, Edge. This is an early favorite from the recent meme dump that just happened on my Discord. How lucky we are at seeing da-da, 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 da-da. Just imagining, we just need a bigger tractor. Got a real big problem. Time to bring a bigger tractor. That's some quality memes. Something Russian warship. I expect that tractor is going to be added to World of Warships, right? There's a good meme as well that said after 2 weeks was the biggest, the fifth biggest army in Europe is Ukrainian farmers. Yeah. Yeah, the Ukrainian farmers subreddit's also a very good subreddit if anybody here's it. Yeah, new fort. We already ran some. Today we have flown around as a elf on a giant moth. Found this location, then went scouted other locations. Ended up drowning in a waterfall. It's a long story. So we renamed this fortress we named this fortress Mothfall. Made the fort, and then brought another group of adventurers. We have a couple chameleon people in the fort, as well as a goblin and an extra dwarf who were adventurer. And we are only just up the way from Hotbeard's. I don't know if you saw how Hotbeard's ended, but let's say that there was a lot of body parts on the floor when it was done. It went from about 40 dwarves to 750 in the overworld in about 2 weeks, so I would say that fort's pretty successful. World of War tractors. See, the unfortunate thing is the CEO of Wargaming was all like pro-Russia, and then they like immediately let him go. He was just like, I support Russia's like special military operation, or whatever the fuck they were calling it. And they were just like, yeah, we don't have, he doesn't work for us anymore. It's fine. Bar fights are rough. It was a coup, not a bar fight. Don't discount the coup. It was a very legitimate, like, hostile takeover of the fort that we quelled with our axes and hammers. In that order. Yeah, I personally don't mind the bar fights at all. Although I would actually say that probably my favorite that I've seen recently, Bellinaire, I don't know if you... I think this was before you tuned in, Bell. This is probably my favorite one. This one just wins. This is the... Out of all of the memes I've seen so far, this is the best one. Because I would buy that DLC immediately. Like, the best part about it is just how generic Farming Simulator artwork is. That, like... I could see this. Someone needs to mod this into the game. Like, can we please can they do that? You'd play the shit out of that mod? You'd plow the shit out of that mod, I think is what you mean. You know, we're almost the edge of this. You'd be planting landmines. You're confusing Farming Simulator with Arma. You'd plow the shit out of that mod. There you go. On the topic of plowing, just remember, even Pornhub pulled out of Russia. It's hard to say with a straight face. Maybe it'd be easier to say with a gay face. Streamer, all about the bad jokes today. Remember a lot of training equipment when we were working in the army and the hermits mostly? Like from the priest first Iraq war cheese. Yeah, I believe that stuff would be like in a constant state of repair. Especially low funded. situations. Vegan vulture. I can't read that sentence, Cassie. Can't. It's funny, but I can't. Oh, damn! Guys, guess what? Aside from chicken butt, obviously. Odd Realm finally got a mainline expansion. Which now has new map sizes, new overworld sizes. This is a huge update. Like a huge update. Like a huge update to Odd Realm. Like a huge update. Oh. Well. Dev has not left his house in months. I mean, he lives close. He's close to me, so should buy him a beer for all of that patchwork. Hey. Are you winning, son? That's all I have to say, chat. Well, best of luck clearing up that bug, dude. Yeah, because out of curiosity, how many people in chat are working on 7-day RLs right now? How many of you guys are all working on those? All right, I think that we need to just build us a tavern. And we'll put a space for all of my dwarves to sleep beneath the tavern. The question is, where in this area do I put the tavern? Like right here. Because I think there's at least 4 people I know from this stream who's working on a 7-day RL right now. There's at least 4 of you, maybe more. That seems, it's all right. Most of us devs can't code. It's because you're just repurposing other people's code, right? You're just good at searching for public code distros. Once you know how to search for what you need, it becomes a lot easier, right? Thinking high ceilings. Just pin the Stack Overflow in your browser. Debating whether or not I want to do wood roofs. Actively debating whether or not I want to or not. Some wine in celebration, but now that you think of it, the bug happened because you were drinking wine while coding. What are you working on, Navy, if I can ask? All right, we're into fall. I think that's when migrants arrive. It could. I was kind of planning on making most of these buildings 1 floor down, because making little buildings one floor underneath around the edge of a house is easy. And then 1 or 2 floors up with apartments on the ceilings. How much water is in here, or rather not in here? Why is this drying up? These murky pools are drying up. It's very strange to me. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, okay, I getcha. Just trying to make tools to speed up your own job. Out of, oh. We're finally getting close to the end of all the blocks. We could probably move most of the shit in here. I guess the question is now, do I just... I think I have an idea of how I can build this in a way that won't look terrible. I mean, it might look terrible, but if it ends up looking terrible, then that's just the way the life is. I will say that pythons are adorable. That has nothing to do with what you guys are talking about, but I don't understand how programming works, so I will just simply state that pythons are adorable. That's not true. I learned enough Python to learn how to crash a computer with it. That's about it. So we'll make little houses underneath this down here. What, that pythons are adorable? Apple script? That sounds delicious. I'll take 2. This is me trying to be funny because I know very little about programming. Ah, well that would explain why I've stopped getting new blocks, is because I ran out of blocks down here, so let's dig out more. All of my miners are digging out these channels. So what I'm going to do is around each house, I'm going to have little channels that are going to have ramps going down on the outside, and they're going to have little doors into little rooms underneath each one. Do you know 12 lines of AppleScript that will brick a PC from the 90s? I know how to... I used to know how to write enough code to crash Windows 7 in Python. That was about the extent of my time learning programming. I was like, how do I crash this computer? There, now we have access to Granite. Windows 3.1? Really? Yeah, I don't know. My I know some, like, I know so little programming, I might as well know nothing, basically. That's all I know about programming. I might as well know nothing. I think my dad still has a working Windows 3.1 computer, actually, in their crawl space. Wood floors. I quite like wood floors. I know people are like, it's not dwarfy, but fuck off. Wood floors. Wood floors are nice. Outpost liaison has arrived. Would you look at that? As well as a caravan. Not sure where they spawned, actually. Very small caravan. I'm kind of hoping at some point somebody I recognize or a name I recognize will show up alongside of the outpost liaison. I will never forget this one fort that I had in this one world once, where I built the fort, and then the fort died, and most of the dwarves died, and then I abandoned it. I'm sorry, what? How'd you manage that there? You damn dwarf? I guess it was inevitable. I'm just disappointed that it had to happen right there. Was that even a member of my fort? I guess you were. You weren't named. Somebody drowned in the river, chat. Well, that's not optimal. I guess we'll make a slab. Let's bring some balls over. Wash downstream from Hotbeards. My god, if corpses started washing downstream from Hotbeards. Was it the adventurer? No, it wasn't one of my adventurers. And no, it wasn't the elf. That's definitely a dwarf. Also, the elf drowned over here on this waterfall, not here. And this is why you should start off with spiked balls. Look at how much those are worth. Okay, well, let's go down to these. Wool. Pigtail, wool, and leather. Buy some plump helmets just so that we never run out. These. And 2 steel anvils. Don't make mugs to sell. Mugs are a terrible thing to sell. They're worth nothing. Aben says, I am your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. There is much to share. We've updated your information to add to civilization and world info. What requests do you have of our merchants? At this point, iron and steel. Iron and steel. We finalized the export agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. Nox, I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Spiked balls and menacing spikes. Right? Because one log you can make into a spiky ball or a menacing spike, and both of those sell for anywhere from 250 to 1,000. Exactly, trap components. That's what you should, if you want to like sell something for high value that's easy and cheap. Wooden spikes. Started to sell non-alcoholic lime lemon sour craft beer. Ooh. Non-alcoholic lime lemon sour craft beer. There's a brewery here, Elug, that sells beer. They sell sour beers, a lot of sour beers, but they also have kombucha versions of all of their sour beers. So you can either buy just the beer version, or you can buy the low alcohol, not brewed as long kombucha versions, which are like 1% alcohol or something. Like they have alcohol in them, but it's like very low. It's like 0.5 to 1%. Yeah, I don't know who started the meme of like the mug economy, and like don't get me wrong, the mug economy is funny. It's a good meme, but like it's kind of a joke. Like the mug economy is not a very effective business method in Dwarf. Yeah, I mean it's their low alcohol content versions. It's kind of great actually, because you go there and you can be like, if somebody's a designated driver, you can be like, well, this person gets to drink the same beer, basically, except it has less alcohol in it, because they're very similar. Like you can taste the difference. Like you can tell one is more boozy than the other, obviously, but it's like they're very, very tasty. Used to be 1 rock would make 3 mugs. They still do, but 3 mugs are worth less than 1 menacing wooden spike. They made a pet the cat mod for Soul Ash. They made a pet the cat mod for Soul Ash that makes a purr sound and heals you when you pet it. That's awesome. That's good. I hope people mod that game into being good, because, right? Like, you know, I was thinking about that game last night. Caves of Cud has a run button that just makes you move at an incredibly increased speed for a brief period of time. If Soul Ash had a run button, all of my annoyances with evasion would be gone. Just give everybody a default sprint ability. Just do that. Or give me a sprint mod. One of the two. Because, like, evading people in that game is so fucking not fun. It's not even funny. Yeah, rock mechanisms are also good. Rock mechanisms are also good. Mugs are just such a poor starting fund. I found the pet cat mod, or the pet a cat mod. Funny. Yeah, I have a feeling Soul Ash is just going to become modware if people keep buying it. Which, unfortunately, actually makes me less interested in the game. Because that base game just has so many little annoyances. I just wish the game was better. And people being assholes on my YouTube comments is not helping. Or that one person being an asshole on my YouTube comments is not helping. But anyway, I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. I mean, the mug economy is like great for stocking stuffers at Christmas, but that's about it. Should be illegal to make games with dogs and cats. I mean, it should be illegal to make roguelikes that have 0 like functional default escapes. And also, like I said earlier, if you are passionate about a particular community and you stumble on a YouTube video of somebody criticizing the game, and your response is to tell them to play a different genre, fuck off. Air alarm went off? That sucks. Stay safe, man. Well, welcome back, I suppose. How long does it normally go off for? Which direction we want to go with this? I am, like, very annoyed by that comment. One of the few things that genuinely bothers me, B-Lug, is people being gatekeepy about people covering games. Five to 10 minutes once every 1 to 2 days. That's not too bad. I mean, B-Lug, come on. Haven't you ever had, like, a comment from somebody that's just, like, bothered you for the next week? Yeah, I mean, I've been watching live streams of Kiev. It's shit's crazy there. It's about 12 a day? Jesus. Like, on the hour. Why does everybody hit their bed? Their bed did nothing wrong. Oh, poor bed. Yeah, I hope you feel better, too. Freeways. Cheers, man. But yes, B-Lug, you are correct. I am very annoyed by that comment. It's the most annoyed by a comment I've been in a very long time, actually. Mostly because I think I always think of, like, the roguelike community in general as being very, like, open and accepting to criticism and people talking about their games, but I've never had somebody tell me just that I'm playing the wrong genre of games when, like, I could go play 3 different roguelikes off the top of my head that all have default built-in escapes. Sure. Shoot. Flex. Or Velix. What's the question? I'm sure somebody here can figure it out. Well, the next day after I sleep in bed, I realize that the person is stupid and I don't consider other stupid people's opinions. I guess so, but I haven't had the opportunity to sleep yet. I'll forget about it by tomorrow, but it happened while I was streaming today, so I haven't had time to, like, process, you know? And also, like, at exactly the same time, person was being a twit in my chat, so, like, between person being twit in chat and also person leaving rude comments in, like, the span of about 3 minutes is just making me sitting here going crumbles. Okay. The outpost liaison speaks with the leader of the town, your mayor or your expedition leader, and it fills up your screen, and it's the trading menu. We've updated your maps. What requests do you have of our merchants? That's the outpost liaison. They basically just show up, and they're the person you talk to do trading. That's it. That's the outpost liaison. That's what their job is. They show up and they talk to you. I also realize I need a door for this. I mean, he'll just chill. They'll hang out in your tavern for like a year and just drink booze. Yeah, it handles itself. You don't have to do anything in specific. Aside from trading, but even that you can kind of just ignore if you want to. I wouldn't recommend ignoring trading, but... I mean, free booze just comes with the jobs, so of course they're going to just show up and drink all of your alcohol. Oh. I mean, if you could have a job that was just, yo, go to these other fortresses and drink all of their alcohol and trade with them sometimes, you'd take full advantages of that job's perks too, I think, chat. Let's engrave that stupid dwarf image. I don't know if anybody has the engraving skill assigned, but if they do... I don't know. To me, liaison seems like a pretty good career path. Because we do gas prices in liters, I don't even know how much that is. I'm assuming it's a lot, amateur. Like here, gas prices are $1.09 per liter, and about 3 weeks ago, it was about like $1.40. This Minesweeper? No, but I have streamed Minesweeper. 2.2, yes, sure. But I'm not here to do math. So I will maintain that I don't know how much that is. I know how many liters is in a gallon, but I don't feel like adding the 2.2 and like thinking about that. So no, I'm good. All right, so gas is more expensive here. Cool. If I wasn't streaming, I'd pull out a calculator and do the math, but yes. You know, chat, you guys keep explaining the math to me. I know the math. I don't want to do the math. That's the actual... I understand the math. So you repeatedly explaining the math to me doesn't actually change anything because I'm still not going to do it. It's just like I can explain to all of the Americans in my chat all the time how to translate Celsius to Fahrenheit. But everybody is like, fuck you, freedom numbers. So this is me going, fuck you, I don't care. Also, stop driving gas-powered vehicles, Christ. Get electric cars, you weirdos. For poofing? That's fine, man. Chat always gives me a hard time about like talking in Celsius and not transferring into Fahrenheit. So frankly, you guys can deal with me today. Uncle Merc returns. This is the hill that I die on. It's okay. It's a pretty good hill. We have cookies. Uncle what? Oh, you're the uncle of one of the dwarves in this fortress, so we were referring to you as Uncle Merc earlier. Because we named a dwarf after Cyrillac's cousin, who you are their uncle. Yeah. Apologies for the confusion. Are over €2 per liter? Oh boy. Yeah, our gas prices are projected to double again. So, there is that. Which means two of my friends have just been going from gas station to gas station and gas station to gas station and just like filling up jerry cans. Which, see how far they get. We'll see how far they get. Well, then have fun paying gas prices, amateur. Don't complain. Conf call done, that's good. Welcome back from the conf call. Bikes sound great. I don't know. If you guys want to get into me being a piece of shit hippie, we can keep going down this discussion. But I've learned very rapidly that I'm a bit of an extremist when it comes to a lot of environmental stuff, considering I can't legally drive a car and I get by just fine. I mean, nobody should drive vehicles, period, amateur player. We need to invest in public transportation, not private transportation, because private transportation is not sustainable in the long term because it requires people buying new vehicles repeatedly. So you shouldn't even own a vehicle, let alone a gas vehicle or an electric vehicle for that matter. So you can say screw whatever you want to say screw, but I will just one-up you and say that you shouldn't own a vehicle. That's my opinion. But, you know, you'll also have excuses and reasons behind that. So if you want to perpetuate this argument, you can do that. That's your call. But for every argument you have, I have a retort of, well, you just shouldn't be fucking driving. Put gas in a water bottle? Wouldn't that break down the plastic? Or am I an idiot? Can confirm love trains. I'm jealous of the amount of trains you guys have out there. Well, looks like we got ourselves another migrant wave. Where's we're gonna get this one? I think I'll just let these ones arrive. People put gas in styrofoam? It's just gonna dissolve the styrofoam. I don't know. I've always had a an anger against cars. I don't think that that's ever gonna go away. It's funny because I like F1, but that's car racing. It's a different point. Purpose behind that. And cities that are very, very, very densely populated, I just can't be in because I can't stand the scent of gasoline. No, I will never go there. And your public transportation sucks because you don't want public transportation. Public transportation is good when people want public transportation. So if your public transportation is terrible, congratulations. You have one less tourist that will ever go there. Me. That's fine. I got plenty of mountains and things to do here. It's much nicer. Also, it's, you know, in Canada, a country that I actually like being in. The power-ups are hilarious. They really are funny. Formula E is kind of amazing. Also, those cars do sound like fully automatic hair dryers. Mm-hmm. And your point is what? Clearly hasn't worked, so the majority still doesn't want it. Oops, that was the wrong button. I don't want to argue this with you, amateur, but it's not going to stop, so you can choose to end the subject if you want. Consumer transportation is unsustainable and is going to be one of the industries that kills us, just like people's insistence on flying and traveling all the goddamn time. I mean, it certainly started off as argument. There's our nice wooden floors. This is going to be our tavern. We need to put roofing on it now. We're going to put bedrooms down here on the outside of the bottom. Those are going to be loud bedrooms. Dwarf stomping all night? Jeez. better than metal floors? Metal floors are a waste of metal. It's made of wood. I don't mind doing wood floors because I like hardwood floors. They're easy, they're light, they're flexible, they're quick. There's a lot of it. What are you doing, Dwarf? Why are you fishing in an empty puddle? That seems like a waste of everybody's time. Because they have a death wish? I don't know about that. Got a memorial to that dwarf that drowned themselves. What an idiot. I don't have a fishing command, so if somebody does, you're confusing me with somebody else. That's going to be my farm and brewery. I mean, this is another waterfall sacrifice fort that's like a block and a skip and a jump away from the previous one. The funny thing about the discussion happening in chat now is you guys are going on about how, like, you're not going to buy a car because, no, you shouldn't own a car. Nobody should. If nobody in the world was allowed to own a car, imagine how good public transit would get. Think about it. Because suddenly everybody would. Needs the trees. Do I want to do up downstairs or downstairs? No, I think that the vast majority of people in the world don't need to own a car. It's not a matter of driver's license. There's too many cars in this world. And the non-stop remanufacturing of new cars is destroying the planet. God, I hate e-bikes. Just get a normal bike. Be a normal person. I almost got hit by a dude on an e-bike the other day, and he cursed at me. Because I had the audacity to be on a sidewalk. Where's the dwarves that are digging? What's point exactly are you trying to make, amateur? What exactly is the purpose of that statement? What are you trying to achieve with it? Because everything that you've said since this discussion has started is belittling and rude. Oh, hey, Stone showed up and still has the fever from the previous fort. That's funny. How many dwarves are we at? 22? As if you're just trying to be insulting, you're extremely good at it. Go. Knocking all those down. The question is, do I want dirt walls or stone walls? Let's go with stone. Right underneath the wall? Yeah, it is. Okay. I also remember, chat, I tried to end this discussion like 10 minutes ago. You guys are perpetuating it. I don't know. I think that you're put in a very different perspective on life when you are forced due to physical inabilities to not be able to use what everybody else takes for granted. I will never be able to drive. I know that people can survive without it, even in areas where driving is required. You can absolutely survive without it. Public transit can always be better. And if everybody needed public transit would be a lot better. So, you guys want to keep perpetuating this conversation? That's on you. I think my opinions are pretty clear. We're just going to run flooring all the way through the middle of this. Those granite blocks again. Lower half of this is going to be food storage. Let's see, so why do I keep doing capital F by mistake? How do I always manage that? I don't know what type of clay it is. Let me check. I think fire clay is red. That's just clay. And that's dwarven rum. You want teleportation? I don't know. I've read enough about teleportation in Star Trek that I don't really want teleportation, but... How did I do this on the top, on the other side? I think I just went up to here? Yeah, okay, that did it. There we go. I just need to wait for them to put that one tile in the corner and then we can fill it in. 2 tiles, actually. Just like carrot juice. Frog fire. Why did I read that as Democrats you, not deconstructs? Brain, please. Well, it's just like all the people that want their brains uploaded to the internet, right? If it just copies your brain and puts it on the internet, that's not uploading yourself to the internet. That's just removing yourself from existence and making a copy of it. But also, yeah, what Frog said, that's not how it works. It's definitely not you on the other end. Says that about fictional technology that doesn't exist. The best kind of technology is fictional technology that doesn't exist yet. I mean, most technology was fictional before it existed. It's probably more than one, Nox. It's pretty empathetic for something that's currently imaginary. Yes. I do agree with that. Papaya, pomelo, cashew, kumquat. So this is gonna be food storage. We're gonna have kitchens right next to it. Oop, that's not what I wanted. So that they don't need to run outside to get food. It's transparent aluminum. We had that before the 4th Star Trek movie was released. They had transparent aluminum in Star Trek? Why do I not remember that? Time crystals? Is that a Star Trek thing? So that seems to be one that's just like left my brain. All right. Winter's arrived on the calendar. I have a feeling it's going to be about the same as winter at the other place. It's like today I'm in such a weird mood because I'm both like equally in a really good mood, but I'm also like in kind of a terrible mood. I don't know what's wrong with me today. There's like no in between. Like I'm kind of just a loose cannon today. What, multitasking moods? There's a lot of things that I can use words to explain that make no sense to me. Ahoy, berries, what's up? Suppressed anxiety over exam. Now, is that me having problems, Frog, or is that you projecting your problems onto my mood today? You're probably totally correct. And it's certainly not suppressed. I mean, that's not going to make my brain shut off. And that's not, I don't have any suppressed anxiety about the roadmap. Clino. Although I do know when the next DF News update's going to happen, and I do know what's going to be in it. You can tease that, I suppose. Which means I maybe know things Clino doesn't, unless Clino knows, but... But, I don't know. I project my feelings onto things all the time. This is why I have such long, deep, thoughtful conversations with my bong. As one should, frankly. It's the only one that understands me anymore. Just got off work. I hope it was a good day at work, Berries. THC spray looked a bit. Just saying that reminds me of this thread I saw on /r trees berries. That was just. So I was making brownies for a party tomorrow night, and then I licked the container, and I think I fucked up, which is just very amusing to me. Oh no, exactly. It was literally just like that, and I think I fucked up. I just started laughing pretty hard. It's very amusing. Alright, so I think that we're going to initially just make this upper floor an enclosed area, and we're going to put beds up here, and that's where the dwarves are going to stay for a bit. We're up to 22 dwarves already, and we need to get them out of this pit. I mean, this is our tavern and our temple and our food and our sleeping area right now. I think the dwarves deserve to move into this area. In fact, to this point, like, looking at this, it's very understandable why this dwarf just drowned himself. I mean, can you really blame him after having to live in here for so long? I mean, look at this. So, we're going to try, and at the very least, get the dwarves up into here, because this just seems so much more pleasant. Like, I super don't blame that dwarf for just being like, fuck this shit, I'm out. I'm just, like, you know, cease existing. So we are going to make us some new food and drink stockpiles, starting off with a seed stockpile. And then just a food stockpile. Everything except for seeds. Remove that from here. And we just need to get this ceilinged off. I don't want to read that out loud because I feel like if I read that out loud, it's going to fuck with captions. But really? Why is that? Berries. I haven't thought about Regina in a very long time. Used to go there once a year for a kayaking event. So Chad, how's this visual looking for this fort so far? What do you think? With construction fence for 7 years? I don't think I've been there in 7 years, so that wouldn't have been, because like the last time I would have been there would have been like 2009, 2008, somewhere around there. Probably '08, actually, was probably the last time I was there. You like the rounded edges? Never build square buildings. They boring. Don't do it. It's all the way around the outside. I mean, inconvenient pathing is still pathing. Table, rock, 10. Make them out of that stuff. Let's have purple tables. Why not? Let's get some lump helmet plants. Barrel, wood, 30, and spike, 30. Not 320, 30. Still waiting for the first artifact of the fort. Unfocused after living in Hole. Well, they're going to be living in nice longhouses pretty soon. I mean, we could even start doing this. These are going to be some... Well, you know, those are a bit big. Let's shrink these down in size to about this. I think we could probably go around like this and put them in the middle. Have like a little walkway running down the center. You can actually do like this. Maybe we can do some more bedrooms up above it. These are the bedrooms that nobody actually wants because they're just going to get super loud because there's going to be a tavern right above them. We're also going to have to redo all of the floor. We'll do the floor first, then we'll knock everything else down, and then we'll put walls up. And then once the walls are up, then we can make them into bedrooms. I'm thinking we do wood floors and then the rest of the stuff around the outside. I wish they'd bring those seeds over. That'd be real nice of them if they would. It's for kitchen. I'm not sure where we're going to put that, but we'll have to figure that out. It's all this busy work. This is the stuff that Krug Smash always hides from his videos. It's just the one by one, going through. One through. Nah. I was gonna do granite walkway, but I think we'll just stick to wood floors. And there will be bits that will remain wood. There will be bits that will eventually be made into granite. Sure. Renfield. There's no rules for posting links here. Just don't be an idiot. Basically it. You know what will get you banned for posting it here. But most things are fine. Oh yes. Yeah, this picture's been making the rounds. Particularly good one. I think this one's pretty good. This is also in the response, another one I saw the other day. In competition between that truck and in Poland and Dublin's special parking operation, I'm really starting to enjoy the competition of let's just like break down gateway or dump thing in front of the front door. I appreciate the dumping cow manure in front of the embassy. So I think that's what that is. I think it's some sort of feces. Frankly, I think it's a well-deserved gift. I mean, they've definitely earned it. Ran out of blocks. All right, well, that's all we got for right now. So they can just go do that. Lower level can work on this. It's a nice gesture. I mean, they might need to fertilize their crops. Frankly, it's the least they could do. I need to sneeze. Oh, apologies. I don't know if I muted that one in time. I think it is already a diplomatic stink. I mean, it's certainly a stink. I did? Cheers. Well, the dwarves are about to get a much nicer tavern. That much can be said. I think that it's already ready for us to make it into a new tavern. I mean, now that's something that would be worth raising a diplomatic stink over. The Mechanical Harvest is the name of the new tavern, which I can now, excuse me, remove the old zones for it from down here. I have a stray horse. Still, I can't believe I have that war bobcat still. Rustling Drake, Horseful, Piglet, Puppy, Cow, Horse, Alpaca. There we go. But yeah, you have a good night, Bastard. Sleep well. You can't petition until you have a mayor. So whenever we hit 50 dwarves. Because I think that's the cutoff, is you need, in order to petition, for people to petition to be able to join, you need a mayor. Mostly certain that's the cutoff. Could totally put another building right here, and underneath that building we could put our kitchens. I quite like the way this little bedroom strip here looks. Looks nice. What do you guys think, chat? I mean, it's what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 14 bedrooms? Might actually be enough to give most of them bedrooms. Cheers, Renfield. Thanks for hanging out, dude. I'll be on tomorrow. Whatever it's worth. You have a knack for finding caves? Are you in adventure mode or like just when you settle? Also, I apologize for being snappy, but you hit a sore spot with that one. Yeah, I don't believe I've ever accidentally settled on a cave. I've done it a couple times intentionally because I went seeked? Is that a word? Seeked those areas out? I should intentionally make it a like non-symmetrical, just to annoy you. Hey, Zoe. What is up? Hi. I was kind of thinking about maybe raiding you in about 40 minutes, but I guess we work this way. It's apparently everybody in Halcyon raids blind today. It's like, Jess raided me, Belle raided me, and now you. But hi, Ad. What's up, Andy? Again, I think. I think I saw you with Jess's raid earlier, or am I going crazy? Yeah, it's all good, Andy. You got a Steam stream in 20? Oh, are you doing the... Which game? Because I saw a thing fly around for whatchamacallit, but which game? Have a nice death. Oh, well, best of luck. Go have a nice death. Get Suboy to take some screenshots of you. Yeah, I'm familiar with have a nice death. All right, 14 beds. Hi again, Infinity. But yeah, if you guys don't know Sui, you should go give her a follow. Part of my stream team. You signed up before even looking at the game on accident? Yeah, I don't do Steam streams. I'd rather just stream on my stream and not get paid. I've done enough Steam streams at this point that it's like, that's all right. Unless I really need the money. But have fun. It's gonna cover your textbooks. Yeah, that's a good thing to cover. I'd recommend covering your textbooks, especially if it's raining. But what Sui's talking about is Sui's is going to be streaming up here on the on this stream spot for this game, which currently has about what 5,000 people watching. Hey, that's a good number of reviews. 420. Smoke 'em if you got 'em, as they say. That's too eager. Depends on what the monsters are. Like, is there a giant in there, or is it just like a bunch of snake people? Because, like, depending on what it is, it's like either very threatening or not even remotely threatening. It is 5:40. What are you talking about, Elmino? It's 5:41 now, actually. I mean, it's always 4:20 in my apartment. This is true. Yeah, check the unit screen. 'Cause depending on what they are, they might just be super easy for your dwarves to beat up. They might also just be wild animals. Like they might not even be threatening. But the one time I intentionally settled on a cave, it had a giant in it, which was kind of fun. It was like, oh hey, there's just a giant here now. That's great. Time to brush teeth. You guys are all such night owls. Like, then there's me over here where I'm like, man, it's 11:30 at night. I'm, like, staying up late tonight. I've just, like, progressed to old man. Comes to how late I go to bed. Emerald and jade? Like, actual emeralds? Emeralds are pretty, like, scarce. So I could actually do bedrooms on both sides of this. Okay, I guess that's going to be the plan for all of the tables and buildings, is we're going to build up, but also down. So all the buildings will have basements, but also upper floors. Something like 1 to 2 upper floors per building. Making the most of our space. I still really need to get all that stuff in here. At least our food's up in here, so if something bad happens, we can kind of hide in the tavern. So sorry for poor Stone here. It's just like still got the fever from the previous fort. It's like a perma fever. Bloody cave blobs. And all my dwarves sick. But yeah, Stone, your dwarf actually was one of the first to migrate over here. The one that we expelled, right, during the fighting. You seem to have had a rough life. Will that dwarf fever ever get better? I have no idea. The last fort was my first time ever seeing a dwarf with a fever in Dwarf Fortress. So, good question. I have no idea. I'm gonna make a clothes shop and see if we can make some bags. I need more bags. No. This is cave blob fever. Cave blobs, when they die, they expel a gas, which can give your dwarves a fever. I don't know how you cure it in DF. It's funny, because, like, Tarn's talked about infectious diseases in DF before, and he's just like, I can't figure out how that could possibly be a fun mechanic. Was like... If I recall correctly, the quote that I heard from an old DF Talk episode ages ago is, I don't know how I could possibly make that into a fun mechanic. It's like, yeah, just like real life. Cool. What do you plan on using those for? Unless, like, you live in an area with not great water. I'm very fortunate where, like, the water here is just ridiculously good. So I don't really have to worry about doing that. I lived in a crappy apartment building that had awful water filtration. We always had, like, the, like, muddy-looking water, so we had to bought, like, jugs of water. We bought those big refillable, like, I think they're, like, 10-liter jugs. Had to get a little trolley to wheel them to and fro. Only ever used them in the one apartment, though. Yeah, I wouldn't brew in plastic. I want to brew in glass or metal. Go all the way up to there. Well, that fort has been retired, Pele. So we're in a different fort now, but that fort is right here. Yes, it did recover. It recovered very well, in fact. It's got 750 dwarves in it now, apparently. We are right here in Mothfall, new fortress. And saving jars for a few years? Yeah. I don't know, maybe storing water. I don't know what I would use large plastic jars for. Because everything I keep for any kind of storage purpose is glass. I don't trust plastic. Especially like in long-term storage, because plastic has like a tendency to degrade, right? Ooh, this dwarf's constantly angry. Want to practice a craft? Well, give you stoneworking, masonry. Make a couple more of these. Also, investments are open if you want to invest your tickets, chat. You do trust plastic for dry food? I suppose, yeah. Everything that I store in glass is not dry. Definitely not dry. A tea that eats plastic? It's gotta be a really acidic tea. Gonna try and get some sleep. Best of luck. Hope you sleep well. We'll be on tomorrow. I'm not sure what we'll be doing tomorrow. Might be more dwarves, might be something else. Cinnamon oil and orange oil. I don't know why that would eat through plastic, but I'll believe you. I'm not a scientist. I don't know anything about chemistry. There we go. There we go. Dwarves can now claim beds. We come back. Then we can go back to working on this roof. Oh, look at this! They're singing. We're socializing now. It eats some kinds of plastic and also some metal spoons. That's an intent. That's the tea that eats you back, I guess. You know, I don't believe I've ever told my tea to eat me, though, so. It's very good for you? That it eats you? I mean, I'm sure it's got many health benefits, but, like, I don't know. I would be, like, cautious about drinking something that, like, eats metal. Especially if, like, you have, like, those old school metal, like, tooth fillings. It's just like, oh, my tooth filling fell out. Why? Well, I was eating, like, or I was drinking tea, and it just kind of gave up. You killed 4 giant tower. Okay, so it leads down to the cavern layer 1 then? Water eats metal? You eats metal. Too much iron in your blood. That's an X-Men quote, right? There's our Gabbro. That's what we need. I'm just saying that tea is pretty intense, that's all. That tea is tougher than me. As a weakling, I can confirm. That's nickel up there. Nothing super useful, but hey. And I will also automate the silver, I think. We just happen to be made of them, which makes us neglect their obscene. As somebody who plays Dwarf Fortress, I do not neglect water's destructive powers. I know. Has anybody here seen the TV shows The Silent Sea on Netflix? It's a Korean sci-fi show. That's a show that'll make you want to fear water, even if you don't. It was a good series. I enjoyed it. I liked it. I'm glad that it was just a thing that ended. I watched it because I was looking for something to watch after The Expanse ended, and I was sad that The Expanse ended. Actually, I think it would be Yarn Bag. Yes. 5 yarn bags. Out of Gabbro. Well, you guys better dig some Gabbro then. Also, yeah, because I said this earlier, but I'm gonna say it again. I'm building supports down here, not because I need to, but because I want to, because I think they look cool. When Andy, you were like, "Oh shit, I hope they'll have a season 2." I'm sitting here going, "I hope it's just a one-off thing and they don't continue it because that was such a good ending." I really hope they don't have a season 2, but if they do, I'll watch it. My favorite style of television is just one and done things. Like well planned out, well written shows. When shows just kind of keep going, they get worse as far as I'm concerned. Almost always. With some exceptions, of course. Spoilers for a good show. You didn't see anything, chat. I mean, there's lots of parts of that show that are hard to believe. But also, that's the fun of it. Come on. It's also hard to believe that, I don't know. Use the Force, Luke. How was today's stream? I'm currently in the mental dumpster when it comes to mental health. So for me personally, kind of terrible. But Navy was extremely generous at the start of the stream, which has made me much happier. So I'm like, I have a lot of energy, I'm awake, but I'm extremely depressed. So just trying to get by generally. But the stream itself has been good. Giant snails! Why is the boar kicking the snail? What'd the snail do to you? There's just this giant snail here, and this pig is just fighting with it. Dude, come on, let's live and let live. What do you got against this poor giant snail? Oh, man. I don't think that snail did anything to deserve getting its face kicked in. You just spoiled a TV show that I still consider to be new. I don't want to, like, throw any spoilers into chat, okay? I bought that purely because it was a spoiler, amateur. The whole point of that show is secrecy. If someone hasn't seen it, and they see that line, then suddenly, like, a large chunk... Yeah, literally. Like, that's a thing that happens on, like, episode 6 out of an 8-episode series. Like, literally, you blopping that into chat's a spoiler, so I popped it because it was a spoiler. I would do the same for any TV show that I know spoilers for. For anybody. I mean, I've seen the whole show, so I know what the spoilers are, but like that what you said was a spoiler. So I will bop spoilers. Especially if it's a good show that I want people to watch. And I know not a lot of people have seen that particular show. I mean, yeah, if anybody drops any Expanse spoilers for the last season, I will bop you. You really want more Expanse? Apparently they have like a movie. Like there's something like 3 movies. Like they signed a deal where they're making a bunch of movies out of the Expanse. The problem with the Expanse is it costs more money to film than they make from it. But yeah, I've heard like Rumble movie Expanse something or another a couple of times now. So maybe we'll get more. Like maybe they'll just do the Star Trek thing and put out like 5 really bad movies and like 2 really good movies. But hopefully not. Hopefully the quality to content level there will be more frequent. Needs Gabbro. Need you guys to dig the Gabbro then. Well, they're almost finished with the Slayer. They'll get Gabbro next. Yeah, Navy is a wonderful person. Navy tripled this month's revenue in about 2 minutes. The elves have arrived again. I'm still pretty sure I don't have anything to actually sell them. Is Voyage Home playing again? I actually I don't. Which one is Voyage Home? I think I like that one. I can never keep the Star Trek movies straight in my brain. I always confuse them. Yeah, I don't mind that one. That's one of the few that I actually don't mind. It's not the greatest movie ever, but it's fun. It's very hated. Yeah, it makes sense. Actually, I do like that movie. I won't lie. That's one of the few that I like. I mean, I like it enough that there's a soundbite from it in, like, for subs at higher tiers. Exclamation point nuclear. Although I think actually my favorite Star Trek movie is probably First Contact, the next gen movie. I think it's First Contact. It's the one where they go back in time to the guy and like meet the guy who's inventing the first warp drive. That's a good one. I like that one. First Contact's a good one. I could watch First Contact any day and enjoy it. Trying to think, which was the one where they blended the 2 casts from next gen and original series? That just made it really, really obvious that certain members of that original cast are really bad at acting. I can't even remember. All I do know is I never want to see Genesis again. Generations? I think that was it, yeah. Hold on, let me look this up. Yes, it was 1994 Star Trek Generations. It's got a 47% on Rotten Tomatoes and a 55% average critic rating on TV Guide. Yeah, that's... What was Genesis? Exactly. The funny thing is Star Trek Generations made money. The video game Star Trek Generations was better, though. That's an alright game. I had it on Game Boy, I think. We'll see when we see you, amateur. I'm literally looking at like a Wikipedia page of Star Trek movies. That's what I'm looking at right now. There's a lot of these. You know, as somebody who really likes Star Trek does not work in movies. Fun fact, Star Trek Generations was released on Laserdisc. Got a good cover art, though. Right. Interrupted by what? Honey Badger, god damn it. Well, there's now a dead Honey Badger there. But till next time, amateur. Forbid. Nope. Refuse. There you go. Gather refuse and corpses. I might even consider playing Odd Realm tomorrow. That's how much I'm like, hey, I don't even know what I'm doing tomorrow. Scrub the floor in Dwarf Fortress? There is no, like, clean this shit up button, if that's what you're asking. There should be. Also, Clino, I was going to ask you, was it confirmed that we were getting children's chores before premium? Because I don't remember that. That Odd Realm update. Yeah, you know, maybe we'll do Odd Realm tomorrow. Do you guys want to do Odd Realm tomorrow? It's like a day of something different. And then do this Fort and Long Death over the weekend. I think that could be our scheduling for the week. If that works for you guys. Dangerous terrain? What exactly are you trying to do down there, Dwarf? I'm not saying this music fits. Oh, hey, they finally managed to get out of the water. Good on them. So, carp keep dying and then flowing down to the end of the river. And then the dwarves wander down in there. I'm going to make this into a restricted zone, I think. Restricted. It's tradition around these parts. Is it now? Well, that explains a lot then. Just there you go. You made it out. Cool. I don't remember what's public and what's private in correspondence, but I know he wants that, though, to act against useless eaters. I don't believe I've ever seen a useless eater meme. But then again, the type of... The portion of the DF community that I cultivate in this chat, I think, is maybe different than, like, just the wider DF community, I suppose. And I guess I'm also kind of a friend of children in DF because I'm always just like, well, kids in Dwarf Fortress are the toughest dwarves you'll have if you can actually raise them. You pull out, if you manage to let them last long enough to make it to being full grown, they are the most powerful and most mentally stable dwarves you will own. Own? Have. The pleasant. The pleasure of working with. Did this... Hold on. Letharticus, do you have 2 beds? Or am I crazy? No, I'm crazy. When I was reading Caesar's autobiography, I'm sure Caesar was a lovely person. That was not something I had to read in school, and I'm quite thankful that I didn't. Also, I really appreciate the fact that they're referring to kids working in DF as chores and not child labor. Because you know what's going to happen is, like, useless eaters memes, if those actually are a widespread thing for DF, is just going to be replaced with child labor memes. But, yeah, I think child labor memes are probably better. I mean, what's worse, joking about child labor or joking about starving the children to death because you don't want them? Maybe the... Yes? You're damned if you do and double damned if you don't. Yeah. I think the real goal is just, like, decriminalizing the poor elves. The dilemma that he's put a lot of thought into? Well, it's a good thing that he's putting thought into it. You know, you and me were discussing RimWorld relatively recently. You know, I think it's a good thing that he's putting thought into it. Yeah, I think we're gonna do Odd Realm tomorrow, chat. Maybe if that doesn't last the whole stream, then we'll do something else in the evening. But I think we'll do Odd Realm tomorrow. I'm really curious about that new tutorial that he's got. We got one brewski for every day of the year. Now we don't. Well, we built a wall and a tavern. That's a pretty good start, I think. Let's stop being mean to the nobles, maybe. How about that? What's wrong with the nobles? The nobles are like... Just because they're an elected official doesn't mean we need to set them on fire immediately. All right? At least give them a chance to prove their uselessness before we decide to set them on fire, okay? How about we restrict those memes to only nobles who demand diamond beds and beds that can't, like, realistically be created? Because that's, like, the only time I really dislike nobles is when it's like, I want you to make me a bed out of material that's never made into a bed. That's the only time I really hate nobles. See, mugs are great. Mandating mugs is awesome. Mandating, like, the 743rd quern. So what you're saying is that the mechanics that nobles have are causing systemic issues in dwarven society? Rog? I don't know about that necessarily. That poor giant snail. What's that? The bobcat's just beating the crap out of the... Like, we have this giant cat, this war bobcat that I brought from the elves. It's just, like, beating the shit out of this poor snail. It's just... This giant snail's just trying to exist, and this bobcat's just, like, bullying the crap out of this poor fucking snail. The snail's just hanging out, and he's just like, I'm gonna rip your forehead off. Oh, I know, but I'm just like, everything's about DF and when I'm thinking. I really need to fix this flat, long wall right here. This needs to get fixed because this is ugly. Although I could maybe mine out this entire hill. Maybe that's what we should do. Go up to, like, here. Just start channeling it down. Is that a piece of ore? Why is there just like one square tile of horn silver up at the top there? That's very funny. What the hell happened here? Must have been like a massive flood of erosion. Hatchington. Chameleon person. Other chameleon person. The green names don't have bedrooms yet. Seems like there's, like, no couples in this fort. That's kind of unfortunate. All right, well, I would say that this so far is probably our best construction of the, or our best achievement of the day is this little tavern that we've constructed. Pretty happy with this design. I think that we could probably go with this for most things. Like, as long as every building that we build above ground in this little enclosure here has a lower level with bedrooms around it, I think we should be good. Looks like our new arrivals are arriving. My phone's going off for some reason. Oh, it's my phone bill. Cool. Thanks, phone, for sending me a text about that. I owe you $95.69. Should really downgrade my plan to something that has less data. Well, we're at 40 dwarves already. $41? If that'll get us up to 50. Are the vultures gone? Yeah, usually animals come in and out. So right now we have Impala people everywhere. And that giant snail. Oh, for the itch bundle? Vlog? I mean, it's doing great. But that gets us up to 42 dwarves. And chat, I've been on for 9 hours and 15 minutes almost. I'm exhausted. It's been a long few days. I think that this might be me for the day. But before I run off, we will be on tomorrow. And tomorrow we're going to be playing probably just Odd Realm for most of the day, and then maybe taking a peek at some other random stuff tomorrow evening. Like, tomorrow's going to be kind of like a grab bag / Odd Realm day. So we're going to take a look at the new Odd Realm stuff, start a playthrough of that, and mess around with a few other things. Before I run off, though, I really want you guys to take a look at this bundle. If you haven't bought it yet, or if you're unfamiliar, over on itch.io, which is a platform like Steam where you can purchase games and other things, there is a bundle right now, which is a $10 donation, which is distributed between these two charities, helping Ukraine. In this bundle, if you purchase this bundle, you get 573 games, 317 physical tabletop games, 51 asset packs, 9 game soundtracks, 8 tools, 10 comics, and 22 books. And it is all of this. And, you know, there's games like Delver, like legit games in here. There's like Celeste is in. I didn't even know Delver was here until I happened to stop at this point. Celeste is in here. Like Rusty Lake is in here. Cosmo Express, which is great. Super Hexagon. There's like Bleed and Bleed 2, Quadrilateral Cowboy, a bunch of little roguelike-y things as well. There's Hidden Folks, Hacks in here, Haque, fantastic little game. Minutes in here, Shattered Planets in here. I already mentioned Celeste. Fit for Kings in here. Baba is Used in here. Short Hikes in here.